those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Company and Recruitment. There is an independent villa near Flushing in Queens, which Lee G rented as the headquarters of Marvel. The rent here is about $160,000 a year. Because the villa is very large and has a beautiful garden. There are also many rooms in the villa, which can meet the needs of the initial startup after being divided. Lee G still has his own considerations as to why he does not rent an office building in Manhattan or Queens. The first is that the office buildings in Manhattan are too expensive to rent. The prices of office buildings in Queens with slightly better conditions have also soared in recent years. And the key is that you cannot sign a long-term contract. The rent price will rise every year. Now you have $10 million in capital in your hand. But it will be very fast to spend it, so saving is still the main purpose. Moreover, the first task of the new company is not to directly expand into movies, TV or any big action, but to start with comics. After all, it is the first time to do something similar. Lee G has no experience in this regard, and Peter is even less expected. Harry is because the Osborn Group is already on the right track, and he only needs to keep the general direction. So in fact, he has no experience in starting a company. So although Lee G has hired a professional manager to manage the future operation of the company, he still doesn't want to take a big step at once. Moreover, the creation of comics also takes into account the inspiration of the artist and the screenwriter. Lee G doesn't think that he can produce anything good in an office building with a depressing space. There is an open park near this location in Queens, and the scenery around the villa is also good. You can see the bay in 15 minutes walking north. In addition, because it is a quiet community, this environment is more conducive to the artists to create with peace of mind. So Lee G directly signed a 2-year long-term contract to rent this property. Metropolitan High School has been on vacation, and December has officially entered the countdown to Christmas, the most important holiday in the United States. The whole United States is preparing for this most important holiday, and Lee G's company has chosen to start recruiting at this time. According to his idea, the artist and some necessary personnel will be fully recruited around Christmas, so that the first issue can be launched in January next year. With the support of Harry Osborn, the legal procedures of the new company went very quickly, and various professional administrative talents were also easy to recruit. The only thing that needs to be considered is the artist and screenwriter. After all, these are the most important personnel of this company. If they can't draw good comics, they can't write good stories. No matter how popular Spider-Man and Nightcrawler are, it is still difficult to make this comic a bestseller. And today is the day when Lee G, as an examiner and boss, reviews the artist. He has already decided on several good artists, who have very good skills, imagination and storytelling. Unlike Japanese and Hong Kong comics, in most cases, the artist of these comics is the screenwriter. Sometimes the artist will refer to the opinions of the editor-in-chief of the publishing house, but more often the story exists in their own mind. This means that if a publishing house loses an important artist, it will seriously affect the business of the entire publishing house. In order to maximize profits, publishing houses often let artists continue to write stories without restrictions. Many Japanese comic artists have exhausted all their talents in the later stages of painting. It is too difficult to draw 500 or 600 chapters or even thousands of paintings for a comic book based on one person's ideas. However, because each Japanese manga artist has a different understanding of the story and characters, many artists can easily form their own unique style, and because of this unique style, they have many fans around the world. American comics are more inclined to assembly line work, and the artist's ideas are only part of it, and there are more opinions from the screenwriter and the company's editor-in-chief. It often happens that more than a dozen artists and screenwriters in different studios meet to discuss the plot, and then fill in each other's deficiencies. And because American comics often create one or several long-term popular characters, and all the stories are centered around this popular character, the copyright of this character or story itself belongs to the company, and the artist only draws it. Of course, sometimes the artist will innovate some popular characters to fill it in. But all copyrights belong to the company. Maybe some artists may get special shares for a certain character, but most artists are just assembly line workers in this industry. The advantage of doing this is that all the comic works under the company have a unified style, and there is no need to worry about the shock of the company's industry caused by the departure of a certain artist. But the downside is that sometimes in order to maintain the consistency of the company's style, some very bright ideas will be forced to be modified. However, Lee Ji still decided to do it according to the standard industrialization of American comics, because the main purpose of this company is to create superhero comics that have already appeared in reality. It is not necessary for the artists to create characters alone. The artists only need to communicate well with the screenwriters, and then they can make some vague modifications to some stories and give their opinions. Finally, the artists just need to draw them. This is the production model that best suits this company. After confirming the first few artists, Lee Ji greeted a familiar person next. It was Ivy, who he met that day, and Gwen's classmate. She was invited by Lee Ji to apply for the job. Her original ideal career in life was to become a special gourmet for a food magazine. In this way, she can eat all over the United States and have an income. The other is to become a professional cartoonist. For her, both careers are ideal choices. And she currently has a considerable number of fans online who follow her comics. So this is your art collection. Lee Ji looked like he was dying after seeing the art collection Ivy handed over. He really didn't expect Ivy to bring such an art collection to apply for the job. Although it is a personal freedom to draw what you want, Lee Ji really doesn't want to see this work again. The application requires the artist to provide previous paintings. Of course, it would be best if there is a comic with a plot. So Ivy brought her favorite work. Coincidentally, Lee Ji happened to have seen her favorite work, which is the Nightcrawler in Spider-Man series. What kind of development is this? I opened a comic company and wanted to promote my positive image, but how could I run into such a ghost? Lee Ji was complaining crazily in his heart. Yes, this is my most proud work. Ivy raised his eyebrows. Maybe BL does not conform to the current mainstream market theme, but as an artist, I can accept the plot creation provided by the company. I think since it is an application for an artist, the most important thing to look at is my painting skills. Ivy was very confident when she said this. Well, compared to the rough lines of the general American comics, Ivy's painting skills are very detailed. It's not as soft as Japanese comics, nor as stiff as American comics. It should be said that it has a good point, not drawing everyone as muscular brothers. However, this collection is too detailed. Lee Ji decided to close the collection to avoid being overwhelmed. Your drawing skills are the best among all the painters I have seen. This is the truth. So although Lee Ji is very unhappy with what Ivy draws, he did not eliminate a potential painter because of this. But the company's main business direction and paintings will also be superheroes in the future, but the customer base will be 14 to 25 years old, so you can't bring your personal interests into work. Lee Ji knocked on the table and reminded Ivy. Don't worry, boss, I will only draw related works on my personal website, and I will never bring emotions into work. Ivy smiled and showed 2 tiger teeth and promised. And I know who the heroes the company will run in the future, and some related fan works can also drive the sales of the company's own works. However, her guarantee made Lee Ji want to vomit blood. Should he use legal procedures to stop her? But she was right. A certain degree of fanfiction can indeed boost the sales of the company's main products. At this moment, Lee Ji was really entangled. Lee Ji relieved his inner responsible emotions and asked, "Are the plots in these collections of yours all conceived by yourself?" I have to say that apart from things like Dan May, many of the plots and ideas in them are very imaginative and refreshing. Partly, but not all. Ivy explained. In fact, a considerable part of the plots were created by Gwen. Gwen is particularly talented in this area. She is the smartest girl I have ever met. I think she can be hired as a part-time editor. Puff. Lee Ji couldn't help but spit a mouthful of water on the ground when he heard this while drinking water. Is Gwen the screenwriter of this story? My God, Peter, the girlfriend you found is really too powerful. I can only wish you happiness in the future. Lee Ji thought so with a solemn expression on his face. Thanks to many book friends for the rewards after the book was put on the shelves. I will not thank them one by one here. Thank you very much for your long-term support. Chapter 152 The Basement of Osborne Manor. The establishment of the company is proceeding in an orderly manner, and everything is proceeding as planned. According to this arrangement, the first issue of Marvel will be published in mid-January at the latest, at the end of January. Now Lee Ji's company has found the approval for publication, which is the best thing that has happened in these days. Everything is starting to get on track. During this period, Li Ji also called Katie. It is said that she has changed her school. Katie said that this school is very beautiful. She said that she can invite her to visit her new school next time, and Li Ji also agreed to this. In the underground secret room of Osborne Manor, Harry invited Li Ji and Peter to visit here for the first time. In fact, Harry found this place not long ago. This is a secret base that Norman Osborn spent many years to build. Before his death, Harry had to enter Harry's DNA code and iris verification to open it. Since Norman's death, Harry has taken over the work of the Osborn Group, although Norman mentioned in a previous letter that Norman's private study has something that can answer Harry's inner secrets. But because of various things, Harry has never had time to really understand the secrets in this study. With the help of Li Ji and Harry's own efforts, he finally sorted out the mess in the group. And because of the short film he shot with the government last time, it was about the false propaganda of vampires. Harry was recognized by the top government officials. It also earned him a certain amount of political capital, which made his voice in the company more powerful recently. As long as the situation continues like this, Harry's position will become more and more stable. And through the personal relationship between Li Ji and Tony, Li Ji will even arrange a private dinner to invite Tony and Pepper to come, and then the Osborn Group and the Stark Group can reach a certain tacit understanding. In this way, Harry's position in the future will be extremely stable, as long as his own brain does not suddenly cramp. After settling the board of directors' affairs, Harry had time to explore what secrets were hidden in this study. In this way, Harry discovered the greatest wealth left to him by Norman Osborn, the solution to his family's disease. And today, Li Ji and Peter came to this underground space together at Harry's invitation. The basement built by Norman with all his efforts is quite large, and it seems that almost the entire underground of the manor has been hollowed out. The materials used to construct the underground space are all secondary adamantium alloys. They are strong and not easily oxidized and rotten, but because of their high price, almost no company would use this material as a building material. This made Li Ji secretly marvel. Norman Osborn would not invest most of his income here. The basement is entered from behind a bookshelf in the study. The entire basement is divided into 2 layers. The first layer contains a large number of experimental instruments and equipment, many of which seem to be made by Norman himself. Including various biological and genetic experimental platforms, these things are very valuable. On the second layer is a fully automatic factory, with intelligent robots, not AI like Jarvis, as labor, which can manufacture many things, including the Green Goblin armor and sliding wings that Li Ji had seen before. There are also many things and equipment that Li Ji does not recognize at all. But just from the appearance and quantity, the weapons and equipment here are enough to support a small-scale low-intensity war. When Peter saw these things, he couldn't help but whistled. I saw that Uncle Norman hid all his financial reports under your feet. Li Ji agreed with his statement very much. Just this manufacturing plant and the laboratory above it cost a lot of money and effort. Not to mention that there is also a complete database that records all the scientific research data of the Osborn Group. As long as the research of the Osborn Group makes progress, it will be backed up here. In fact, this should be considered illegal, because the Osborn Group is not a wholly owned private enterprise, but a joint venture with many shareholders. But it seems that Norman doesn't care about this. Of course, it is not easy for Li Ji to comment on this. There are also many Norman designs here. Or it can be said that Norman designed it with other scientists, but some products and technologies that have not been publicly released by the Osborn Group, including some gene mutation serums, which are divided into controllable and uncontrollable types. But no one is interested in this kind of thing. Because the risk of gene mutation is too great, it is obviously irrational whether it is injected by oneself or injected to others. Li Ji and Peter looked at each other. This is probably the product of Norman's previous inhumane experiments. And the most valuable tube of serum here is the follow-up product of Dr. Connor's research. Human limb repair fluid is the name of this serum. Unlike Dr. Connor's original research and development purpose, which was to improve the defects of the human body from a genetic perspective, the ability of this serum is not that great, but has been weakened a lot. It can only repair human limb injuries and non-fatal organ injuries. However, because a lot of energy will be consumed in the repair process, it needs to be used with professional instruments and nutrient solutions. And because it is not a fundamental change from the genetic perspective, but an appropriate improvement in the use of cell division to repair disabled limbs. So in fact, this serum has other side effects. Most people know that there is a limit to the number of times that human cells can divide. When our cell division reaches a certain level, it is difficult to divide new cells again, and our body functions begin to age. And the serum mainly uses cell division to repair residual limbs. Although the special nutrient solution will repair injured cells, it is not completely harmless. For example, to repair a missing leg, you may need 3 months under professional instrument treatment to fully grow it out. This will be a huge expense, and you may also age for 3 years for this. This is far from the goal that Dr. Connors originally set. But this is still an outstanding invention. I believe that many disabled people are willing to exchange 2 or 3 years of life for a healthy body. In Dr. Connors' original plan, humans should obtain some special genomes, and then we can repair our defects harmlessly. Even treat various terminal and stubborn diseases. Now this serum only has a simple limb repair function, which can be said to have abandoned 80% of the original design and plan. But this still cannot cover up that this is an outstanding invention, and the world is enough to be shocked by it. The Osborn group will be remembered for this. Uncle Norman is really amazing. Although this is different from Dr. Connors' design expectations, it is still a blessing to change human society. Peter knows the value of this serum. Not to mention Peter, even Lee G, who is not very good at science, understands what this means. Norman Osborn did not publish this research when he was alive, but hid it instead. He was paving the way for Harry. The patent rights of this serum will be firmly in Harry's hands, and this will be one of his most important assets in the future. Although this serum is very important, this is not the main reason why Harry invited Peter and Lee G to come. His purpose is another, a beautiful golden serum. An important item that can help him get rid of his family's illness. Chapter 153, Mutated Harry. This is the last legacy my father left me. Harry pointed to the golden serum in the cabinet and said silently, his tone was very serious. There is a genetic disease in our family that is difficult to cure. This disease will start to occur at the age of 20. Harry told some of the things he knew. And my father, Norman Osborn, has invested decades in research to eradicate this virus. All the truths Harry knew were told to him by Norman Osborn. There may be many things concealed in it, but because Norman is dead, these things have become unimportant. And the serum took him a lot of energy to research. And this can cut off the disease in my genes, and I and my future descendants will not be troubled by the genetic virus. Harry said seriously, and turned to look at Peter and Lee G. You are my most trusted friends, I hope you can help me. Harry's tone was very serious, and he took out the serum. Although this serum has been tested and does eliminate the virus in my body, I also hope you can help me, because I am afraid that I can't operate so many instruments alone. Harry pointed to the operating table. In order to ensure the safety of the serum, Norman also prepared many other related equipment and auxiliary injections. Obviously, it is best to have the cooperation of other people to complete the injection, and Harry can trust few people. Peter and Lee G are the most important and trustworthy friends. Well, what do we need to do? Lee G knew that Norman had concealed a lot of things from Harry, but he was not in the mood to reveal it. Because since Norman was dead, everything has been settled, and as a good friend of Harry, Lee G did not expect Harry to bear the shackles of Norman's sin. So he did not tell Harry how many sins Norman had committed when studying these serums. Peter's psychology was also very complicated, because he also knew that Harry's antidote was probably tested by countless people with their lives. In order to save Harry, Norman paved a road with blood and bones, whether it was the antidote or the limb repair serum. Peter Parker looked at Lee G with complicated eyes. Lee G understood the meaning of his eyes, but still shook his head gently. It's meaningless to say all this now. But what the two didn't know was that the most critical component of this serum was the component produced during Peter's mutation. Because Zon Kalin thought that her confidentiality measures were well done, and since Peter was completely eliminated by Lee G, all of Peter's problems had disappeared, so Lee G and Peter just asked Zon Kalin to stop the research plan. So no one thought that Peter's blood had actually fallen into the hands of Norman Osborn. And Norman also developed a serum. The two thought that this serum was the product of those inhumane experiments. Peter, you should have come into contact with these things in Dr. Connors' laboratory. Harry pointed to the instruments and said, maybe it will be painful when injecting the serum. Harry said, so I think you'd better tie me up so that I don't struggle on the way. Okay, Peter, you will come and tell me what to do later. immediately fixed him on an operating table according to Harry's request. Peter studied the instructions left by Norman, and found several other auxiliary injections for use according to Norman's statement. They were all blended and mixed according to the proportion, and then all the required injections and repair fluids were put into the special medical machine. Harry looked a little nervous because the needles were a little too thick. And there would be a lot of medicine to be injected, and it would probably be painful. Don't be nervous, Harry, you have to trust your father, I think he has reserved all the plans for you. Luigi comforted Harry. Haha, Harry took a deep breath and nodded to indicate that he could start. Under Peter's command, Luigi put on a supply mask for Harry and a mouthguard to prevent tongue biting. The life detectors were all connected to monitor Harry's vital signs at any time. Everything looks normal. Peter walked back and forth around all the important machines at this time. He had to repeatedly confirm that all the machines were working properly. All the readings were correct, because no one present expected Harry to have an accident because of their own mistakes. Harry used his eyes to signal to the two people, indicating that he absolutely believed in them. After confirming that everything was normal, Peter pressed the button to start the syringe. The serum had already been in place and slowly pierced Harry's skin and entered his blood vessels under Peter's press. The golden serum mixed with other auxiliary injections was slowly injected into Harry's body. As soon as they entered Harry's body, they were quickly absorbed by Harry. The new genome was destroying the genomes in Harry's body that originally carried genetic diseases. The gene chains were continuously interrupted and reconstructed. This process seemed extremely painful. Harry's eyeballs almost popped out, and the blue veins on his forehead were clearly visible. If he hadn't worn a brace to prevent tongue biting, he would probably have bitten his tongue off now. Anesthesia injections cannot be used in this process, because the instructions left by Norman specifically said that the ingredients in the anesthesia injections would destroy the fusion of serum and injections. This painful process can only be carried out by Harry himself. Originally, when the pain reaches a certain level, the protection measures will be activated and the person will faint. But there seems to be something special in Norman's auxiliary injections, which keeps Harry awake. This makes Harry more and more painful. Is the reading normal? Luigi couldn't see the complicated readings on the machine, so he could only ask Peter for help. Because Harry's condition doesn't look very good now. Both the blood pressure and pulse rate are slightly elevated, but they are within the range and have not reached a critical value. Peter's expression was very focused. Harry may be in pain, but everything should still be within the controllable range. At this point, they can only wait until everything is settled. Luigi and Peter can only monitor the machine to avoid accidents. When Harry finally stopped feeling the pain that was like tearing his body apart, it was already 2 hours later. The injection of serum had been completed long ago, but the pain lasted for 2 hours, during which his consciousness was always in a very vague state. When he woke up completely, he found that his clothes were all wet with sweat, even his hair was wet. Fortunately, Peter and Luigi had been replenishing him with saline solution, otherwise he might die of dehydration. I really don't want to use this treatment method again, Harry said silently in his heart. When Harry woke up, the first thing he saw was his two friends. Luigi was holding a set of dry new clothes in his hand, which seemed to be ready for Harry to change. And Peter was holding a dry towel, which seemed to be ready to wipe his sweat. Guys, I'm not that weak yet, Harry said with a smile, but his voice was a little hoarse. From my point of view, you are as weak as a baby now. Luigi found that Harry was awake, looked at his face and said, "How do you feel now? Any discomfort?" "Except for being a little thirsty, I don't feel any discomfort. Can you give me a glass of water? My throat is about to smoke," Harry said. "It seems that the readings are all normal, but I will draw some of your blood for comparison later. If everything is the same as the instructions left by Uncle Norman, then the experiment should be successful." Peter handed Harry a glass of water, and then repeatedly compared Harry's vital signs and said. Harry drank the glass of water in one breath, took the clothes in Luigi's hand and the towel in Peter's hand and said, "I think I don't need two people to help me change clothes now. Although I look a little weak, I don't feel weak at all," Harry said, trying to prop up his body and get up from the flat bed on the operating table. One of his hands gently pulled the stainless steel railing on the edge of the flat bed. He tried to pull himself up, but with just a slight force, the originally sturdy stainless steel bar was easily torn apart. Harry looked at the broken bar in his hand with some disbelief, while Luigi and Peter also looked at the gap. It was like being torn apart by a huge tensile machine in one breath, and the broken part was twisted and deformed. Yes, it looks like you are not weak at all, but you are about to become a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Li Ji said jokingly. We may need to do a more comprehensive examination on you. It seems that the serum left by Norman is not just as simple as eliminating the virus in Harry's body. Chapter 154 Private Conversation. In the boutique apartment building of the Four Seasons Hotel in Long Island, New York. Nick Fury's private residence. This is Nick's own personal space. As the director of SHIELD, he is far from being as glorious as he seems on the surface. The greater the power, the greater the obligation. This is almost an eternal truth. Of course, if you don't care about your future reputation at all, or if you have no beliefs that need to be upheld in your heart, you can ignore this sentence. Rights and obligations have been formed in the primary human civilization society tens of thousands of years ago. The strongest warriors of that era enjoyed the best food in the tribe. They had the most spouses and lived in the best houses. But all these warriors enjoyed were not free. He had to abandon his life without hesitation when the tribe needed him to sacrifice. Maybe it was in a war with other tribes, or maybe it was when besieging a dangerous prey. No matter how human civilization changes, this unwritten rule is still circulated. Even if for some reasons, under certain conditions, some people, or a specific group, enjoy superstandard treatment, but do not fulfill the corresponding obligations, then they will one day spit out what they don't deserve. Maybe it will take a long time, but the longer it takes, the more tragic the price they pay. Nick Fury is a veteran. He participated in the Vietnam War, and there are even rumors that he participated in World War II. He is a byproduct of Captain America's super soldier program. But Nick Fury's files are top secret, and outsiders can't really know how many great achievements Nick Fury has made in his legendary life. He has experienced many battles and choices that ordinary people can't imagine in his life. When it is necessary to sacrifice some people to save more people, Nick will sacrifice those people without hesitation. This is not his cold-bloodedness. It is the responsibility he must bear in his position. It may be cruel, even cold and ruthless, but believe me, this is a decision that a person in a high position must make. An excellent person in power must not only earn enough praise, but also have enough courage to bear more infamy. But all these things do not mean that Nick Fury himself is an emotionless animal. In fact, as a veteran who has walked out of the sea of blood and corpses, Nick understands the importance of every life. Some people say that too much war and killing will make people lose themselves and forget all the beauty and warmth. But at the same time, more wars and killings will also make another part of people understand the importance of peace and cherish life and the beauty of this world. Nick Fury belongs to the latter. What is hidden under his gloomy one eye is not the arrogance of monopolizing power, but more expectations for the world. He hopes that the world will become better and safer. But just like a coin has two sides, there are flowers and words, and there is light and darkness. Everyone yearns for the light. She represents all the beauty in the world. But everyone is afraid of it. Because if you want to dissolve in the darkness, I am afraid you will fall into it and finally find it difficult to extricate yourself. Even those who have light in their hearts will find it difficult to escape from it in the end. In the most critical choice of life, when choosing between light and darkness, Nick puts himself in the latter. What S.H.I.E.L.D. does is not always fair and above board. Sometimes it is necessary to use any means to achieve the goal. If this terrible power agency does not have a suitable leader, it will become the most terrifying agency in the world. Even the Gestapo of the past is far inferior to it. Not everyone can become a legendary figure like Peggy Carter. Note, one of the founders of SHIELD, Captain America's liaison officer and girlfriend. When Nick took over SHIELD, he already felt that the agency had begun to slowly deviate from its original intention. It is no longer the agency that was created to protect the world, or in other words, protecting the world and fighting against evil are no longer the main purpose of SHIELD. It has become a puppet of big men, a battleground for politics and power. Everyone wants to get involved, everyone wants to get a piece of the pie in this huge organization. But they don't really know how much trouble their actions will bring to SHIELD. Just as Li Ji hated before. There are always people in this world who are self-righteous, and they do nothing except provoke conflicts and create tensions. When Nick took over SHIELD, he found that the agency was riddled with holes, and he became the repairman of this broken ship. This one-eyed man always has his own way. He can always save the ship when it is about to sink or hit the reef. He once thought he had succeeded, but since the meeting in Washington, he knew that what he did was just a joke. There are still all kinds of nails in S.H.I.E.L.D., and intelligence, especially important intelligence, leaks out like water. The X-Men's plan was rejected, and the problems they faced were increasing. Nick deeply felt that his life choices were sometimes a mistake. But as long as he had this idea, he would forget it in 3 minutes, because he was Nick Fury, an indomitable warrior. But even the hardest steel has a time to bend, and even the strongest warriors have a moment to be defeated. When the report on the relationship between mutants and ordinary people appeared on TV, Nick wanted to tear the big-mouthed Macaulay to pieces. As a real person in power, he understood how complicated the situation would be after these things. But there are no fewer members of Congress who are prejudiced against mutants, and there are more prejudices against mutants among the people. For their own votes and support rate, politicians will follow public opinion, and they don't care whether this public opinion is right or wrong. Anyway, it's what you voters asked for. Look, I did what you asked. If anything happens, please don't blame me. Because this is what you pig-brained people asked for. Nick needs to drink a bottle of strong liquor, but the place to drink cannot be in S.H.I.E.L.D. Because there, he must always look like he has a sure win. Because only in this way can he ensure that his subordinates have enough confidence to obey him. This private secret apartment is his only quiet place, where he can drink a bottle of whiskey crazily, without worrying about anyone blaming him. Of course, due to Nick's own personality, he is basically impossible to do such a crazy thing. He will stop after drinking 3 glasses of pure whiskey at most, because his job requires him to keep his decisions sober. But there are exceptions to everything, such as when he was with Frank, the old friend who once relied on each other's lives back to back during the Vietnam War. In front of him, Nick can occasionally relax and take off some masks. A person without friends, or someone to confide in, is pathetic. Because no matter whether it is joy or sadness, it doesn't mean much to him anymore. Nick and Frank are staying in a private apartment in Long Island. They have already drunk nearly half a bottle of Brazilian sugarcane wine. Do you know what I hate most about this job? Nick drank about 4 glasses of wine, but he had a lot of things to vent in his heart. It's that I know a lot of secrets, but others don't know. These secrets I know can't be used as capital for me to show off. Instead, they will put me in an embarrassing situation because of some stupid decisions. Frank didn't respond. He added a mint leaf to the sugarcane wine. Sometimes I think, maybe I should have died in Vietnam. I don't like that war, and it will never be my glorious deed, either before or after. People will only remember the American soldiers' massacre of civilians and humiliation of women, and of course the inhumane chemical warfare. And the damn politicians who made all these decisions are alive and well. They let the president apologize, and then they retired quietly to enjoy their old age, while our names will be nailed on the pillar of shame. Do you know why I haven't died yet? Nick said a topic that was a bit heavy. I think you should think the same as me. Frank stirred the sugarcane wine with mint leaves and finally spoke. We all hope to die the most heroically in a great and glorious war. In fact, we can do nothing but kill people. When the world doesn't need us to kill people, we will become the most pathetic people. We have been killing people all our lives, sometimes for the people, most of the time for the government, and now I quit because someone told me that I can do it for faith and justice. Frank said after taking a sip of mint sugarcane wine. When one day the world no longer needs me to kill people, I think I will keep the last bullet for myself, and I believe you will too. Cheers to this damn world. Nick did not say whether he agreed with Frank's statement, but raised his glass and said, "Cheers to this beautiful and ugly world." Frank and Nick clinked their glasses, and they both drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. I want to form a team of superheroes, Nick said, and started to talk about more serious topics. And I am seriously short of manpower now. There are many things in this world that ordinary people can't deal with. For example, the one you solved in Hell's Kitchen. I don't care how you solve it, and I need help now. I think you should understand what I mean. Nick Fury stared at Frank after he finished speaking. But Frank did not answer Nick's question, but asked a seemingly completely unrelated question. Do you think everything is still under control? Chapter 155 Backup Plan. What do you mean? After hearing Frank's question, Nick stared at Frank with his only remaining eye meaningfully. Do you still trust the government and your superiors, the ones in control, wholeheartedly? Frank said without any weakness in the eye contact. Are you doubting the government? This is not the idea of a good soldier. Although Nick said so, he stared at the wine in his glass, watching the wine in the glass continue to spread new ripples as he shook it slightly. Do you know what kind of dilemma I faced in Vietnam at that time? Frank's eyes revealed a kind of memory. Everyone started to evacuate the damn place. No one wanted to stay in that sultry rainforest for another day. Our troops were arranged to evacuate last, and our commander was a complete scumbag. Frank's words were very calm, without too many fluctuations in tone. My platoon was assigned to the last evacuation position, but the evacuation helicopter was 12 hours later than scheduled. We were abandoned in the camp, and as time passed, everyone began to feel scared. Frank took a sip of mint cane liquor. You were really lucky at that time, Nick. You were transferred to another company, and didn't stay with us until the last moment. Frank smiled softly, not knowing what the real meaning of this smile was. Was he envious of Nick's luck, or was there a kind of irony, or sometimes there was? In the 8th hour before the evacuation, some people in our platoon began to collapse. Everyone thought that the higher-ups had abandoned us, and I kept encouraging them. Various reasons, such as the weather reasons commonly used in flights. Frank's smile was a little more bitter. In the 7th hour before the evacuation, 2 companies, about 300 Vietnamese soldiers began to attack us. They seemed to have known that the U.S. military company originally stationed here had evacuated completely, leaving only a dozen insignificant people holding on inside. Nick couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Why didn't you tell me this before? Don't worry, Nick. Just listen to me. Frank waved his hand, signaling Nick Fury not to interrupt his story. There were 300 Vietnamese soldiers attacking, and we only had a platoon of 15 soldiers, and 14 of them were scared to death. The only good news is that the cowardly company commander left a lot of weapons and ammunition in the camp in order to speed up the withdrawal. Frank had stopped drinking. He took out a cigar and handed it to Nick Fury, and lit one for himself. There was a soldier who suffered from severe war phobia. He was an Ivy League student. His job was supposed to be to stay in a high-rise building in Manhattan, New York, and be an excellent manager. But out of his passion for his country, he decided to serve 2 years in the military after graduating from college before going to work. The lit cigar exuded thick smoke, with a smell of burning spices. People who are not used to it will find it very pungent and difficult to accept. But people who like it will enjoy it. In the smoke, Frank's story continued. Nick Fury felt unreal when he looked at Frank through the smoke. It seemed that at some point, this old friend had died, and the one in front of him was only his soul. This college soldier died, and his death was ugly, not heroic or glorious at all. It was different from what he imagined himself to be, that he would become a hero on the battlefield. He was killed by the enemy in fear without any fight back. I still remember how he died. The bullet entered from here. Frank pointed to his cheek with his finger. Then it went through the back of his head, cutting off half of his skull. I still remember the temperature of his blood and brains splashing on my face. The starlight of the cigar was faintly visible in the smoke. Everyone is dead, the porcupine, the college student and others, they are all dead. Frank was so calm that he didn't seem to be telling his own true experience. Instead, it was more like telling someone else's story, and the story that should have been thrilling was boring. In the end, I was the only one who survived. When the helicopter arrived, they only saw me with 27 bullets in my body and more than 300 bodies. I know, I can't always be so lucky. The miracle of killing hundreds of Vietnamese soldiers and not dying with 27 bullets in my body doesn't happen to me every day. And the reason why we were delayed is very ridiculous. Do you want to know? There was a terrible feeling in Frank's smile. Because of that cowardly company commander, he deliberately forgot about us in order to board the ship back home earlier. And everyone chose to turn a blind eye. Nick Fury shook his head, not knowing whether he was expressing disbelief or difficulty in accepting. It was not until the Vietnamese attacked us, and the huge gunshots and fighting broke the peace, that the superiors sent people to investigate all this, and I saved my life because of this. When I stepped on the ship back home, I found the company commander. In the Pacific Ocean, I took advantage of a gap at night, knocked him unconscious and pushed him into the sea, and pretended that he fell into the water. No one knew what happened in the quiet night, but from that moment on I knew that Frank Custer, as a sergeant, was dead. Answer the question you asked me before, why didn't I tell you this? Frank had smoked a lot of cigars. The whole room was a little filled with cigar smoke. Because dragging another person into hell will not give any relief to the person who has already gone to hell, it will just add another evil ghost in hell to compete with him for food. Frank said with a smile, but that smile was indescribably dark. So are you going to arrest me now, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, S.H.I.E.L.D. does not deal with criminal cases. Nick Fury said expressionlessly. Then I should thank you. Frank said. My trust in the government and the authority collapsed at that moment. So you chose to leave the frontline troops and become an instructor. Nick now understood a little bit why Frank chose to retreat when he was about to be promoted. Although he later became a special warfare instructor of the Marine Corps, if Frank still insisted on fighting in the frontline combat troops, then the position he could get would be much higher than being an instructor, and even becoming a brigadier general would be no exception. The reason why I became an instructor is that I still have a love for this country. I like this country. It was not until my family was killed and I still could not get a just verdict after appealing to the law that Frank Custer really died. Frank's words became unusually gloomy at this moment. The person standing in front of you is the Punisher, who lives to punish the evils of the world. That's why I expect your help, you and your two apprentices. Nick Fury mentioned this topic again. We have many evils to fight and many dangers to deal with. Those problems that ordinary police and soldiers cannot handle, we need special ways to deal with them. Frank shook his head and said, You still don't understand, Nick. Let me ask you one more question. Do you think everything is still under your control? Before the Washington meeting, Nick Fury would probably say confidently that everything was under control. But after the Washington meeting, Nick realized that his control over S.H.I.E.L.D. was far less solid than he thought. Countless undercurrents were lurking under this huge organization. The complexity inside was enough to trouble any outstanding spy agency head. So what do you think? Nick Fury asked, a little puzzled. I believe you, Nick. Frank put out the cigar that was about to be finished on the high-end redwood furniture. But I don't believe in the government. And you can't even guarantee that S.H.I.E.L.D. is completely under your control. So you mean to refuse? Nick said a little uncomfortably. It's not as simple as refusing. Frank shook his head to indicate that. There is a very reasonable saying in business investment, which is not to put all your eggs in one basket. Nick laughed a little out of control. Business? How come I don't know when you have a business mind? It's not important, Nick Fury. Frank shook his head to indicate that this is not the point. The key is, you have to understand that we need to have a backup plan, whether it's you or me. Backup plan. Nick Fury was a little interested. What team did you say you wanted to form? The Avengers or something? Frank asked. The Avengers. Nick corrected Frank. Okay, the Avengers. Frank waved his hand indifferently. Then what do you think of a secret Avengers? Not controlled by the government, and you may not be able to really control this team, but believe me, this team will be more efficient than under the supervision of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because the people in this team have more faith, as long as they are guided correctly, they will burst out with amazing potential. You want me to give up trusting the government and choose a ragtag army? Because they are more enthusiastic and are more likely to fight for justice. What do you think of it as a backup plan? Frank finally said, looking into Nick Fury's eyes. Nick smiled, and the corners of his mouth began to rise. Maybe Frank was right, eggs should not be put in one basket, and backup plans are important at all times. A veteran who has fought many battles should plan for the worst, even if that consequence is what he least wants to happen, but he still has to face it. Secret Avengers? Maybe not a good choice, but it's not a bad plan. 2 updates, no more in the evening, don't wait. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. No one's success is easy. The time for the 100-meter run is 4.5 seconds, which is an amazing speed. Lee Ji was in the basement of Osborne Manor, holding a speedometer and said, "And it seems that you still have some strength to spare. If you undergo scientific training, I'm afraid there is still room for improvement." And the person he was helping to test was Harry. "Okay, I think we can start the next strength and endurance test." Lee Ji pointed to some training equipment in the basement and said, "The basement of Osborne Manor is very large and can accommodate enough equipment, including various training equipment and even a wide runway. I don't know what kind of mentality Norman Osborn had when he built these equipment. Maybe he had already anticipated the extraordinariness of the serum. After so many battles and training, Lee Ji has a lot of experience in basic training and can fully guide Harry's training and testing. Since Harry showed something unusual that day, Peter took Harry's blood for testing. The experimental data showed that there were not many abnormalities in Harry's body. On the contrary, the cell activity was enhanced, and the hemoglobin and bone marrow density were increased. This is relatively a very good thing. Harry's body is very healthy, which can be said to be extraordinary. Super strong immunity and cell activity are enough to make it difficult for him to get any disease in the future. Do you think it's really good for us to do this? Peter, who was helping Lee Ji train Harry, said in a low voice with some anxiety. What do you think? Lee Ji looked at Harry, who was doing weight training in front, and answered. Harry is not a child, he has his own ideas. Are you really determined to let him join us? Peter said with some uneasiness. Our job is not very safe. I remember you asked me to let Harry in at that time. Lee Ji was talking about the time when Peter persuaded Lee Ji to let Harry join the team. But I didn't think of making him a combat team member at that time. Peter frowned and saw Harry hanging nearly 700 kilograms of weights and doing dips on the parallel bars. It's better to open up than to block, Peter. Lee Ji was counting for Harry and talking in a low voice at the same time. Do you think that after having this power, Harry will simply be our logistics staff? Or will he put aside his hatred and pretend that he is indifferent to Norman's death? Compared with Peter, Lee Ji may not be as good as him in science, but at the same time, he is much stronger in thinking about human nature. Now Harry hates any supernatural creatures, whether it is a demon or something else. You will seek revenge on these things sooner or later. You know how powerful the things we saw that day were. If Harry challenged them without knowing his own strength, I'm afraid he would be dead. What Lee Ji said made Peter frown even more. So, let's train him well and use his power in the right way, instead of being blinded by hatred. There are many other important things in this world that need to rely on this power. Peter was finally persuaded by Lee Ji and joined in the training of Harry. Harry is now very strong, and both speed and strength are much stronger than Captain America that Lee Ji saw in the movie in his previous life. Captain America can become a superhero, so Harry may not be unable to do so. Especially since Harry himself has a huge Osborn group behind him. In some ways, he even has an advantage over Captain America and Iron Man Tony Stark. Because Harry is stronger and younger, he has more time to learn, as long as he has a good teacher. And Lee Ji and Peter are undoubtedly his best teachers at this stage. In the fighting room of Osborn Manor, Harry is undergoing the most severe training in his life. He thought that as his good friend, Lee Ji would be gentle when training him, but he was wrong. He had no idea about Lee Ji's attitude towards training. Even the little lolly Mindy didn't dare to joke with Nightcrawler during training, although he usually looked very easy to talk to. In the novels of the previous life, Lee Ji often saw that some protagonists could lie on the golden fingers and cheats after obtaining various golden fingers and plugins. But now that he has obtained the golden fingers, he found that this approach does not work at all. The golden fingers only give you a way to rise, but how high you can reach depends entirely on yourself. If you don't train hard, you will be killed in the next action, especially when the enemy is getting stronger. Even Lee Ji needs to work harder, not to mention Harry Osborn, a rookie. Lee Ji has made an appointment with Iron Fist to discuss the real use of ki. In the past few days, training Harry has become Lee Ji's main daily routine. Stand up, Lee Ji said to Harry, who was hit by him, with a short wooden stick in his hand. If you really want to join us, you must suffer this. Harry's physical fitness is very good now, but his consciousness, especially his combat consciousness, is very poor. After all, he doesn't have spider sense. Peter, who had just gained power, was defeated by Lee Ji, not to mention Harry, who had no fighting experience before. Lee Ji has already controlled his strength very well, and the short wooden stick can't really hurt Harry if it doesn't attack the vital parts. But this doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt when it hits his body. Harry has been hit by more than 10 sticks and is now gasping for air in pain. At this moment, he felt that his friendship with Lee Ji was over. Can't you be gentle? Harry supported himself and barely stood up. You have fought so many ninjas and gangsters, and I am still a rookie. We should start with the most basic combat training. For example, teach you how to hold the wooden stick steadily. Lee Ji's tongue is also quite poisonous. Peter, who was eating peanuts and watching the battle, couldn't help laughing. That's not necessary, but didn't you suggest that I wear the Green Goblin armor to fight in the future? Harry said in confusion. Assistive software and combat information can be implanted in the armor. I think I may not need such high-intensity combat training. Harry was actually a little scared by Li Ji's wooden stick. Li Ji knew that Harry might have retreated a little, so he said, "Do you know what Tony Stark is doing now? Pick up girls? Or have a party on a luxury cruise ship?" Harry said what Tony liked to do most in the past. "No, Harry, from the last time I prepared a private dinner for him, Tony is training," Li Ji said with some admiration. "Like you, I used to think Tony was just a playboy, maybe with a smart brain, and then wrapped himself in an iron armor to become a superhero. But now I know I was wrong. Tony is already in his 30s, and he has just started formal combat training. His physical function is far inferior to yours. He trained in the ring with 2 experienced combat coaches. When he walked off the ring, the corners of his eyes were swollen." What Li Ji said aroused the interest of Harry and Peter. "You and I may not understand what supports Tony to work so hard. Li Ji has really changed his mind about Tony now. It seems that the last incident of the Hand and the Sorcerer Supreme made Tony feel insignificant and began to work harder. And the most incredible thing to me is that Tony invited a very beautiful model to the dinner that day. I thought it was just a regular Playboy date. But Tony was actually reading a technical report all night, which should be for his Iron Man armor. He forgot to eat and even forgot to chat with the model opposite. He kept changing the calculations until the beautiful model couldn't stand it and left. Tony seemed to react. The Tony described by Li Ji completely overturned everyone's perception of him. Is this person you are talking about Tony Stark? Why is this completely different from the Tony I know? Harry almost doubted whether the Tony Li Ji was talking about was another person with the same name and surname. I just want to say that no one can succeed easily. If you want to be a hero, you have to pay the price. Li Ji waved the wooden stick and said, "So are you going to continue or give up? I think I have another biggest advantage over Tony Stark. I have a better fighting teacher than him." Harry smiled and picked up the wooden stick and took an offensive posture according to Li Ji's previous teachings. Chapter 157, The Political Giants Join Forces at the Table. In Manhattan's Chinatown, Li Ji's restaurant was booked out again today. This time, it was not because the Li family had something to celebrate, but because Harry paid to book the entire restaurant. Because there was something important that needed to be done in this restaurant today. Li Ji invited Tony and Pepper to dine here under the pretext of tasting food, and besides Tony and the other 2, only Harry was invited. In Li Ji's excuse, he specially emptied the entire restaurant and only received Tony and the other 2 tonight, and Harry came in the car that was mixed in with the food purchase in the morning. Li Ji didn't want to leak the news that Harry and Tony met privately. The private secret meeting between the leaders of 2 super large groups was enough to cause a storm on Wall Street. In order to arrange this meeting, Li Ji also dismissed all other employees in the restaurant, letting them all take a day off today but still receive their salaries. When Tony drove his car to the restaurant with Pepper, Li Ji had been waiting at the door of the restaurant for a long time. "Welcome, Miss Pepper and Mr. Stark." Li Ji opened the car door for Pepper very gentlemanly. "Thank you." Pepper smiled and returned the greeting to Li Ji. Pepper's status is different now. Since Abedia's death, Tony has entrusted Pepper with the responsibility of running Stark Industries. Now this woman has become a representative of strong women in the workplace. Time magazine and Vanity Fair have both used her as the cover character and published special reports about Pepper. "Is this your family restaurant?" Tony looked at Mr. Lee. "The scale of this restaurant looks good, and it is also a good location in Manhattan's Chinatown." "Yes, thank you Mr. Tony for accepting my invitation." Li Ji nodded with a smile, pushed open the door of the restaurant and invited the 2 in. "Oh, Jason should thank you for your invitation. Have you finally decided to open a formal restaurant now?" Pepper smiled warmly. In fact, Pepper is usually very kind to people. Only when she is dealing with urgent matters or matters related to Tony, she will appear decisive and even a little ruthless. If you really want to run a restaurant, I believe you will be able to get a Michelin rating soon, and I can even have Michelin gourmets send people to inspect your restaurant directly. As a woman who has already stood at the pinnacle of business, Peibo's words are domineering. The Michelin star is what chefs all over the world dream of. In her opinion, it is not difficult at all. Of course, this is also because the dishes made by Li Ji conquered her and Tony's taste buds. "Thank you, Miss Peibo," But at least now is not a good time. Li Ji shook his head and declined. Because he knew how busy he was. Because of special arrangements today, the entire hall has been processed in advance, and many countertops have been moved to the side. An open stove and all the ingredients are ready in the center of the hall, and of course there is a beautiful dining table for two. Since Tony and Pablo are required to taste the dishes today, it is most likely impossible to use Chinese food with a lot of oil smoke, because it does not meet the purpose of today. Because once you want to make Chinese food, you must go into the kitchen, so the subsequent plans and Li Ji's preset talks cannot be carried out. In addition to Li Ji and the other two, there was only one neatly dressed waiter at the scene. In order to prevent his hair from falling into the dishes, the waiter also wore a baseball cap. It looks like you prepared well today. Tony nodded, and he strode to the table. The waiter pulled out a chair for him professionally. Then a chair was pulled out for Pepper, who was a step late. Pepper smiled and said thank you. So, what did you prepare today? Is there a menu? Tony asked, looking at the empty table. Today's menu is all behind me. Li Ji pointed to the prepared ingredients behind him. All the main dishes and vegetables are here, you can mix them at will, I will make the most suitable dishes. You are quite arrogant. Tony raised his eyebrows and said. This is a kind of confidence. Li Ji smiled and said. Because Tony drove here, he did not drink. Although Tony used to be a heavy drinker, he has much better self-control now. Li Ji prepared red stewed venison, white wine roasted mussels, Marseille's fish soup, and hummus, which Tony liked since the last time he ate it. And some vegetables. I still think you should open a formal restaurant instead of a food truck. Tony held a non-alcoholic cocktail that the waiter had just prepared. Well, why can non-alcoholic cocktails be called cocktails? Tony's inner complaints were the same as when Li Ji drank it for the first time. But the taste of the preparation was not bad. Now the meal has reached the final dessert part. Li Ji provided rum wine cake. Pablo liked the whole dessert very much. She tasted the cake in small sips with a specially prepared drink and said, this drink is very well prepared. I think I should give you a special tip. Pablo smiled and said to the waiter who had been serving her attentively, and wanted to take out US dollars from her wallet as a tip to pay the waiter. The waiter who had been working with his head down looked back at Li Ji, and Li Ji nodded. Thank you very much, Miss Pepper. You see, my father has always said that I shouldn't do this. He thinks it's a waste of time. The waiter smiled and took the tip that Pepper handed him. At the same time, he took off the hat that he had been wearing on his head. Only then did Pepper see the waiter's face clearly. Oh my God, it's you. Pepper stood up in surprise. Beautiful blonde hair and a handsome face, but this was not what surprised Pepper. The real surprise was the identity of this young boy. Norman Osborn's son, and also the new chairman of the Osborn Group, a super rich man worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and the helmsman of a super company that can almost keep pace with the Stark Group. And Tony actually finished a meal with his service? And he even gave them a tip? Oh my God. This is really ridiculous. Even Hollywood screenwriters would not write such a plot. I seem to have seen you there. Tony looked at Harry's face with a thoughtful expression. Well, Tony's memory of men is relatively poor, and he has never really dealt with Harry. Tony. This is Mr. Harry Osborn, the chairman of the Osborn Group. I'm sorry, Mr. Osborn, I'm sorry for my disrespect just now. And I'm sorry about your father's matter. Pablo would not look down on Harry because of his age. Now Pablo understood that today's dinner might not be so simple. She looked at Li Ji with a vigilant look, and Li Ji immediately stood up. At this time, things must be made clear, otherwise it would backfire. I'm sorry, both of you. I arranged this informal meeting in the hope that the news can be kept a little more secret. Li Ji stood up to explain. Harry is my friend. I think everyone knows about the big things that happened in the Osborn Group recently. Harry's current situation is not easy. He doesn't even have a person he can trust to help control the company. As a friend, Harry needs my help, so I specially arranged this dinner. I'm very sorry, both of you. Li Ji said apologetically. In fact, his introduction was a bit tricky. Harry's current situation is very similar to Tony's back then. Both of them lost their parents when they were young, leaving behind the burden of a super enterprise, but unlike Tony, who had to wander around for several years before remembering his burden, Harry took up the burden directly, and Harry did not have Tony's excellent scientific research intelligence, so he faced more problems. So he wanted to use this method to arouse Tony's sympathy? Although it is said that there is no father and son in the business world, according to Lee Ji's understanding of Tony, he knew that Tony was more emotional than rational outside of science. So you come to ask the chairman of the Osborne Group to mix drinks for us? Tony said, slightly unhappy, but he did not get up and leave immediately. This was a good sign, indicating that he was willing to stay and communicate. I don't think this will help him manage the company, especially under the premise that the Stark Group and the Osborne Group are still in a competitive relationship. Not in the future, Mr. Stark. Harry said the language that had been organized long ago, as he and Lee Ji had rehearsed before. What do you mean by not on the future? Compared to Tony's unruly and uninhibited, Pepper has a more sensitive sense of business. Harry knew that the real key this time was Pepper, the real manager of the Stark Group, so he started to explain. Currently, the most intense competition between the Osborne Group and the Stark Group is in military weapons and energy. The Osborne Group can withdraw from the competition in the field of new energy. Harry said the lines he had prepared long ago. This was the result of repeated analysis. Although bioenergy is not completely powerless against Stark's new energy, it will become unprofitable in the competition. Rather than lingering on in the future, it is better to abandon it now as a gesture of goodwill. What do you want to get? Pepper doesn't believe that there is a free lunch in the world. Stark Group share in the field of weapons and customer base recommendations. Harry said. In exchange, the Osborne Group will exchange its energy channels with the Stark Group. This young man does not look like a pretty boy as he looks, and Pepper's mouth corners are slightly upturned. She doesn't know that there is a harmless-looking cook behind Harry who is giving him advice. Is there a private space, Jason? I want to have a good chat with Mr. Osborne. Pepper asked. Of course, there is a secure office on the second floor. Harry knows where it is. Lee Ji pointed upstairs. Tony, are you coming too? Pepper asked Tony, who was sitting in his seat drinking a non-alcoholic cocktail. No, you decide. Tony has always had little interest in business negotiations. Pepper and Harry turned and went upstairs. This kind of business negotiation is very private and may also cause global financial fluctuations. The fewer people know about it, the better. Harry can trust Lee Ji, but it does not mean that Pepper will completely believe it. So this is the reason why you invited me here today? To match Stark Group and Osborne Group. Tony looked at Lee Ji, who was cleaning the stove, and said. In a small restaurant in Manhattan, two supergiants held a secret meeting under your arrangement, and then the two super companies reached a secret deal. If it really succeeds, what you did today may become a legend in business. Tony put the wine glass on the table and said a little playfully. Are you really just a chef? Not a corporate spy? Of course, I'm a good chef, and everything else is just a part-time job. Lee Ji made another non-alcoholic cocktail for Tony. Tony looked at Lee Ji for a long time, then smiled and shook his head. When Pepper and Harry came down from upstairs with smiles on their faces, Lee Ji already knew that the agreement between the two might have been reached. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future, Harry. Pepper shook hands with Harry before leaving. Harry also shook hands with Tony, saying that the Stark Group and the Osborne Group would form a tacit understanding in the future, and even a strategic alliance to a certain extent. Today's dinner was very successful, and both groups got what they wanted. Harry wanted to stay and help Lee Ji clean up, but was driven away by Lee Ji. Harry is now in a state of overexcitement. If he stays here and accidentally reveals his true identity and is photographed, it will be troublesome. You know, Tony is the most dazzling character under the spotlight, and I don't know how many paparazzi are following him. You'd better leave now. My car is at the corner of the intersection. Don't let people recognize you. Lee Ji gave Harry the key to his second-hand Ford. He motioned him to take a bag of garbage and pretend to be a chef off work and leave quickly. After everyone left, Lee Ji looked at the empty restaurant with a sense of pride. Who could have thought that he had done such an important thing today, that the heads of two multinational groups would cooperate under his matchmaking? Moreover, such cooperation has far-reaching influence, and a giant strategic alliance has already taken shape. When we look back on this story from a historical perspective one day, who would have thought that it was an unknown little chef who pushed all this forward? When Lee Ji finished cleaning and was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly came out from behind him. Nightwalker, the Supreme Mage wants to see you. Chapter 158. No civilization exists because of luck. Ancient One has been the Supreme Sorcerer for many years. He is the most powerful Supreme Sorcerer in history. Because of his power and deterrence, the Earth has entered a relatively peaceful period. The evil gods that have been raging on the Earth since ancient times were expelled one by him, and those demons and evils were also eliminated one by him and his followers, making them dust in the universe. Because of his existence, many evil forces in the universe dare not set foot on the Earth. Even when the righteous gods are about to come to the Earth, they need to communicate with Ancient One. They will come here only if they have no ill intentions. It sounds cool to deter the multiverse with the power of a mortal, but this is a heavy yoke for Ancient One. Under this reputation is actually an old man who is getting older and older. He has been the supreme sorcerer for too long, and his long life has brought him many things that others cannot imagine, such as endless knowledge and powerful power. But he has also lost more things. Ancient One has forgotten what the barley planted in the farmland of his hometown looked like. He also forgot the shock and excitement he received when he first came into contact with magic. Although magic can delay his aging and make him look healthy and strong, it cannot change the fact that he has gradually aged. He has felt a deep fatigue and exhaustion. He has been carrying the burden of the supreme sorcerer for too long. When he suddenly realized that he was no longer young and no longer had the ambitions he had in the past, he had already protected the Earth for many years. Because of his deterrence, the Earth has been peaceful for hundreds of years. Human civilization began to develop and advance rapidly during this time. Humans began to conquer the unknown world, the mountains they had never set foot on, and the deep seas they had never set foot on. They even stepped into the universe that humans originally thought only gods could set foot on. But what humans did more during this time was to kill each other. This seemed to be human instinct. Once the latest technology was available, stupid humans would always use it in war as soon as possible. The mutual attacks caused rivers of blood to flow, and all this was not what Guyi expected to see. He held up an umbrella for humans, but not to allow humans to kill each other better under this umbrella. This unpleasant world made Ancient One even more exhausted. Because powerful technology made killing between humans easier and more cruel. But this was not what Ancient One was most worried about. What Ancient One was most worried about was that those real warriors were dying out. Those warriors who had fought alongside him were gone. And the humans who grew up under his umbrella were like flowers in a greenhouse. Don't look at them as fierce and incomparable when facing the war in front of their own kind, but when they really encounter terrible opponents, they will expose their weakness. Ancient One's protection of humans was too comprehensive. Many modern humans have forgotten the struggles of their ancestors. They regard those as myths and legends. Few people today know how great their ancestors were. Modern humans regard those stories as the worship of the unknown by the ancient foolish ancestors, as if modern people have explored all the knowledge in this world. They don't know that someone was nailed to a cliff hundreds of feet high by the gods in order to bring the first fire to mankind, leaving it to the wind and rain. They don't know that someone once used all the power of the whole tribe to create a bow and arrow that could kill the god of fire in the sky in order to eliminate the fire god that was raging in the sky for mankind, and shot the fire god that was abusing in the sky. Let the earth no longer suffer from the scorching flames, and let human civilization continue. No one knows that someone once risked his life to quell the evil god that was doing evil in the four seas, and threw himself into the ocean to die with the evil god. The great ancestors used their flesh and blood to disperse the gods that oppressed mankind and won a breathing space for mankind. But now, their deeds have begun to be forgotten. When all history becomes legend, when legends become myths, how many people still remember those thrilling stories, and how many people still miss the deeds of their ancestors? The continuation of civilization requires a price, and no race is destined by God to grow smoothly. The continuation of a race requires sacrifice, and the growth of civilization requires the price of blood. The fate of a true warrior is to return to the battlefield, because only with their flesh and blood can the steps of human progress be paved. Only with the blood of true warriors can the most gorgeous flowers of civilization be watered. The cruelty and darkness of this world are not what ordinary people can imagine. You can't see the darkness because there is a group of people you don't know who will destroy them before the darkness comes. In order to protect the earth, Guyi has dispelled the darkness for hundreds of years. Now Guyi began to regret it, because he had seen too many deaths, and he was willing to risk his life to this world. But excessive protection has made many people forget how to fight. And even made many people forget the awe of this great world, and even made many people forget that the continuation of mankind is not an accident. The real warriors are dying, and now all we can see are selfish people. Cowards may one day transform into real warriors, but that time is too long. Guyi didn't know whether he could still support the day, so he began to relax his protection of the earth and began to turn a blind eye to many invasions. A brave man who has not experienced the baptism of blood and rain cannot become a truly formidable warrior. Ancient One is looking for warriors. Unlike others, Ancient One has a deeper understanding of the true face of this world. He also understands more clearly what kind of people can truly take on the responsibility of maintaining this world. The Supreme Sorcerer began to look for real warriors all over the world, people who can continue to protect the earth after his death, maybe one person, maybe a group. When Lan, who had met him once before, appeared in front of Li Ji again, Li Ji was surprised, but he didn't feel too surprised. Even if she saw his true identity, he didn't find it difficult to accept. Since he saw the power of the Supreme Sorcerer that day, Ancient One has almost become a god on earth in his heart. Period. Especially after communicating with Iron Fist to get more information, he admired Ancient One's actions even more. When Li Ji stepped through the space gate opened by Lan, it was only one step away, and it spanned tens of thousands of kilometers from New York to the Himalayas. And there was no time to marvel at the mystery of magic power, the most mysterious place on earth. Ancient One's line appeared in front of Li Ji and Kamartaki. This is a magical garden, a place of endless knowledge, and Li Ji came here to explore the most profound knowledge and mysteries of this world. Chapter 159 Reversing Time and Space. When Li Ji followed Lan's steps through the black stone road of Kamartaki, and climbed up the steps layer by layer to the residence of Guyi, Li Ji still felt a sense of surprise. This is the highest place in the world. Looking around, Kamartaki is surrounded by the majestic Himalayas. The snow-capped mountains are like solid walls, hugging the entire Kamartaki under their protection. It should be very cold here, as can be seen from the snowflakes falling from the mountain streams and the snow on the top of the mountain that never melts all year round. But in this small town in the mountains, Kamartaki does not feel cold at all. Li Ji is still wearing New York's winter clothes, and he even feels a little hot here. Because it can be clearly felt that the temperature in Kamartaki should be maintained at around 20 degrees Celsius, which is a very pleasant temperature. And the air here is not as thin as Li Ji imagined. Although the oxygen content is indeed lower than that of the plains, it is not to the extent that people will have altitude sickness. Everything here goes against scientific common sense. In fact, it can be said that magic itself violates science, or to put it more accurately, magic itself violates the scientific common sense currently known to mankind. Can you tell me where this place is? Li Ji followed Lan's footsteps and walked through the town. This is Kamartaki, this is the Garden of Magic. Lan slowed down and began to explain to Li Ji. This is a secret place in the Himalayas. Only with the permission of the Supreme Master can others set foot here. We are followers of Master Guyi, learning magic and infinite knowledge from him. Lan had a kind of worship when he talked about Guyi. Kamartaki is not very big, just a very small town, but the architecture here is very interesting. There is a feeling of traditional Chinese Han-style architecture that is integrated with Tibetan architecture and even some Indian architecture. Here you can see flying eaves and blue bricks and gray tiles. You can also see the magnificent glazed dome and white walls. While walking through, there were other mages who were practicing here who greeted Lan. They used a complicated etiquette, which Li Ji did not quite understand. There is a wide square in the center of Kamartaki, where many mages practice in various ways. Some people sit cross-legged and float in the air, while others have golden hands and mysterious magic circles take shape in their hands. More people hold huge books and read in the sunlight. Note, it is night in New York, and it is daytime in China now. What Li Ji can't understand the most is that a group of people are drawing circles in the air with their hands, and the air in front of them does not change at all. This action looks ridiculous. Is this also a kind of training? What are you training? Is it to train your face and the ability to avoid laughing? Maybe one day you will meet the Ghost Rider riding the Phoenix 28 or the Ghost Rider riding the Electric Lamb, so as not to be killed by the other party's funny? This short journey opened Li Ji's eyes, and everything that happened here made him feel very incredible. Master Guyi is waiting for you inside. Go in, Night Walker. Lan's footsteps stopped in front of a vermilion house. She pointed to this house that didn't look very special and said, "The environment here is different from what Li Ji had expected. The residence of the Supreme Mage seems a bit too simple." This is not disrespect to Guyi, but Li Ji is not surprised that a mage with such power lives in the most luxurious palace in the world. Although this vermilion house looks quite impressive, it is only a little impressive. and it seems to be completely unworthy of Guyi's status. When Li Ji stepped out of the door and walked through the atrium under the guidance of Lan, he came to a wide hall. Guyi was sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall meditating. He already knew that Lan had brought the person he wanted to see, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Mage, the Night Walker is here." Lan saluted Guyi. Li Ji followed Lan and saluted Guyi, but because he was not very familiar with the etiquette of mages, Li Ji's salute looked a bit out of place. "Thank you, Lan. You can leave first. I need to talk to the Night Walker alone." Guyi's tone was very calm, and it felt relaxing to listen to. "Yes, Master." Lan slowly left the hall and closed the door before leaving. "Lan told me that you are very special." Guyi left his cross-legged posture, stood up, and slowly walked towards Li Ji. Guyi had an inexplicable pressure on him. Li Ji didn't know whether it was intentional or Guyi himself exuded it unintentionally. But this pressure made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Respected Supreme Master, what do you want me to do?" Li Ji lowered his posture, because Taekwon had told him the story of Guyi. This is a master who can cut a demon god into pieces and throw the corpse into the universe to shock others. It is better for him to be humble. "Because I am very curious." Guyi smiled and circled Li Ji twice. And the pressure on him seemed to be restrained at this time. This made Li Ji feel a little more comfortable. "You are a weird practitioner." Guyi stopped observing Li Ji in circles and stood directly in front of Li Ji. His eyes showed a thoughtful look. "I know almost all the schools of practitioners on Earth. Even if I don't know them, there are books about them in the library of Kimartiki. And you are very special. There is no other practitioner on Earth like you. Where does your power come from?" Guyi's words were very light, but they sounded like thunder in Li Ji's ears. When Guyi got the news about Li Ji, he was originally just interested in Li Ji who had special powers. As mentioned before, Earth now needs more warriors, and Guyi is selecting guardians worth training. Night Walker was on his list, but after meeting Li Ji today, Guyi discovered that Li Ji seemed to have some secrets, and he couldn't tell whether these secrets were good or bad. "I can't explain the source of my power, Master." Li Ji didn't plan to hide himself, because he knew he probably couldn't hide it. And where on earth was he hiding without being discovered by Guyi? Li Ji couldn't find it, so before coming, he had thought that he was seen through. And now his only problem is how to gain Guyi's trust and make him believe that he has no ill intentions. "You can understand my power is the reward for doing good or righteous deeds." Li Ji used the more euphemistic sentence to explain the source of his power. "No need to explain, because I will figure it out," Guyi said calmly. At this moment, Li Ji's 6 senses were sealed without any resistance, and the hall where Guyi was located was instantly decorated with mirror walls. Guyi liked the behavior of the Night Walker, but he did not expect that there was a terrible demon behind the Night Walker who was controlling everything. Moreover, the energy on Li Ji was very strange, and it seemed to deliberately show itself. Originally, it should be hidden very deeply, and Guyi should not be able to find it at all, but when Guyi circled around Li Ji, this energy appeared deliberately, and it seemed to tell Guyi in particular that I am here. What is this? A provocation to the Supreme Mage? Are there other reasons? When the mirror wall of the mage was erected, the power began to appear more and more, and even before the mage wanted to find out, it appeared in front of Guyi. A small ball of blue fire appeared from Li Ji's chest. This feeling made Guyi feel familiar and strange. He almost couldn't help stretching out his fingers to touch the blue fire. You know, in the world of magic, it is very dangerous to touch anything unknown with your body. Guyi knew this well, but at this moment he couldn't control his fingers, as if he would lose an important opportunity if he didn't do it. And it is possible to make a decision that will make him regret for the rest of his life. When Guyi's fingers touched the blue fire, no one knew what happened at that time. It seemed that a long time had passed before Guyi broke away from the contact with the blue fire. There was a thoughtful expression on his face. It seemed that there was some struggle, but he soon made a decision. He took out a magical thing from the chest of his wizard robe, a padlock with complex patterns and layers of seals. Under these layers of seals, there was a powerful force fluctuating, and a green gem was embedded in it. I hope my decision is right, Guyi whispered. He unlocked the seal on the green gem, and a huge wave of magic power surged out instantly, but Guyi had already prepared. He collected all the magic power, and a green magic circle formed between his hands. At this moment, the timeline began to go backwards. The mirror wall fell, Li Ji's sixth senses recovered, and Lan reappeared in this room. The whole world seemed to be inverted, and everything was attributed to a certain point in time. When Li Ji followed Lan's footsteps through the black stone road of Kamartaki, and climbed up the steps layer by layer to Guyi's residence, he had a strange sense of deja vu. Have I been to this place before? Why do I feel inexplicably familiar? Could it be that I slept a little fuzzy these days? Chapter 160. The responsibility of protecting the earth is entrusted to you. When Li Ji saw Ancient One, he felt strangely familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he was sure that this was the first time he saw Ancient One. The first time he knew about the mage was during the Battle of the Hand. And he only understood Ancient One after talking with Iron Fist. And when he followed Lan through Kamartaki before, he had a strong sense of immediate vision. It was as if he had been here before and had seen these strange buildings. This is deep in the Himalayas. Even if you count the previous life, he has never been to this place known as the last pure land of mankind. And the smile of the Supreme Mage in front of him seemed a little too kind to him. When Ancient One signaled Lan, who was leading the way for Li Ji, to retreat, only Li Ji and Ancient One were left in the hall. Li Ji brewed his words and lowered his posture. Respected mage, what do you want me to do? Li Ji was still a little worried that his secret would be seen through by Ancient One. So he is very humble now, and even prepared a set of rhetoric. But it seems that Guyi did not see through his secret, and did not use his power to probe him. He did not ask Li Ji too many other questions. Because Li Ji did not know that his so-called secret had actually betrayed him. And he was still kept in the dark. Guyi did not stand up and approach Li Ji, he just sat there quietly. The quiet atmosphere between the two made Li Ji feel awkward. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long, and Guyi finally spoke. Because I need warriors. Guyi's words were a bit incoherent. Li Ji understood according to his own thinking. Did Guyi mean those wizards who practiced outside? It seems that they are all followers of Guyi, and they also contributed a lot in the last Battle of the Hand. To be honest, Li Ji is still a little interested in magic. In the movies of his previous life, Harry Potter was more attractive to Li Ji than Marvel heroes. But if he was asked to practice hard here, he would not be willing. In the Himalayas, there is probably no Wi-Fi. And he has family and friends outside. I am afraid he can't abandon them and come to learn magic. Li Ji said after considering the words. Master Guyi, thank you for your invitation, but I am afraid I cannot learn magic from you. Li Ji was a little afraid that his refusal would make Guyi unhappy. But it seemed that Guyi did not seem angry at all, but a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and said in a very peaceful tone. I don't need you to be my follower. And please forgive me for being blunt, Night Walker, you don't have a particularly outstanding magic talent. Why did Li Ji feel that there was a sense of ridicule in Guyi's smile? It should be wrong. Shouldn't such a big man be able to hide his emotions? And didn't you even conclude that I have no magic talent without a test? Li Ji felt that he was despised. What I call a warrior is someone who can really stand up to protect the world when the earth is in crisis. Guyi looked into Li Ji's eyes and expressed his definition of a warrior. Huh? Li Ji was a little confused. I think, Master, you may think too highly of me. I am afraid I can't take on this important task. Li Ji is very clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. He had gathered a large number of people to fight the hand at time. Moreover, he could not defeat a defective forest rider riding a Suzuki motorcycle. If it were not for the appearance of Master Lan, his group of people would most likely be blocked, and then the hand would successfully summon the beast. I am not asking you to save the world immediately. Your power is still too weak now. I am afraid that even Lan will not need to spend much effort to deal with you. Guyi was telling the truth, but Li Ji felt that his heart was hurt. I am planning for the future. Guyi said. Please forgive me for saying this, but I have learned that the earth is now under your protection. Under your great power, I really find it hard to believe that anyone else can invade the earth. Li Ji was serious about this sentence. A wizard who can travel through locked time and space is simply a killer in Li Ji's view. Especially he can play with a terrible demon god on the palm of his hand. Guyi shook his head when he heard this. In this world, I am not as powerful as you think. Guyi gently waved his sleeves, and the mirror wall rose. Golden Sanskrit suddenly appeared from the air, surrounding him. Countless formations quickly formed and quickly broke behind him. Li Ji felt that the entire space and time was shaken at this moment. The space around him began to collapse rapidly, and this scene almost scared Li Ji out. But before he really made a sound, he found that his whole body began to be dragged forward rapidly. Countless galaxies flew past him, and the development process of countless civilizations appeared in his eyes. From the early primitive people, to the primary stage of civilization, then entered the era of large-scale industry, and finally stepped into the galaxy to start expanding the territory. This civilization is so magnificent that they conquered galaxies that are almost as large as the Milky Way. They claim to be the rulers of the universe. Until a man appeared. He was wearing a shabby black cloak and holding a golden scimitar. He brought endless death to wherever he went, those galaxy fleets that once dominated the universe. Under his dead blade, they were as fragile as ordinary A4 paper. He easily harvested all the lives of this huge empire. And this was just the first scene that Li Ji saw. And there were more destructions in front of him. A blue-skinned woman holding a terrible spear. Her one move could tear a star apart, and the explosion of the star was enough to destroy the civilizations that relied on the star. And there were a group of green-skinned guys who destroyed civilizations as a country. And a group of blue-skinned guys. They have been entangled in fighting in the universe for countless years. Countless civilizations have been destroyed by the war between them. Li Ji's perspective soared in the universe with Gu Yi, as if he had experienced tens of millions of years. When he woke up again, he found himself still in Gu Yi's hall. And he was lying on the ground, his whole body soaked in sweat, as if he had been fished out of the water. Your mental strength is better than I thought. Gu Yi moved his feet and stood in front of Li Ji, looking down at Li Ji. Li Ji panted heavily and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are those people, those destroyers real?" Li Ji hoped that Gu Yi would say that they were all lies. In Li Ji's memory, the biggest crisis facing the Earth was just the Battle of New York. What are these? They look much stronger than the aliens in the Battle of New York. Do they also exist in this universe? Will they invade here? They are so powerful. Will he and his friends and family die? A series of worries surged into Li Ji's mind in an instant. They are all real, and the only good news is that they don't have time to take care of the Earth for the time being. Gu Yi pulled Li Ji up. The Earth is not a place with rich resources, and they don't look down on it, at least not for the time being. Gu Yi's words could not bring comfort to Li Ji at all. But they will come one day, right? Gu Yi was silent for a while and did not answer immediately. After a while, he said, "So I need warriors. If we prepare from now on, the Earth still has time to arm itself. And you will be an outstanding warrior. If you are willing." Li Ji bit his lips a little tightly, and even bit a piece of his lip skin. "How can you guarantee that what you said is true?" Li Ji did not answer Gu Yi immediately. Although he could not see any benefit from Gu Yi deceiving him, Li Ji still hoped that Gu Yi was deceiving him. "I can't promise you anything. I can only ask you to trust me." Gu Yi's attitude was very sincere. "I can provide you with enough training, and all the knowledge of Kamarteji will be open to you." Li Ji's doubts became bigger now. Gu Yi's attitude towards him was a bit too good. "I'm afraid I can't promise you anything right away, respected wizard. Please allow me more time to think about it. Of course, the door of Kamarteji is always open to you." Gu Yi did not immediately ask Li Ji to agree to all this, because he knew that Li Ji would definitely come back to find him in the end. Gu Yi took out a ring from his wizard robe and handed it to him. "This is a token, a certificate of the Supreme Wizard. When you need to find me, I will appear." Li Ji did not refuse to accept the ring. At Gu Yi's summons, Lan appeared again, and this time he brought Li Ji here immediately. When Li Ji left Kamartaki, Gu Yi quietly returned to his residence. On a peak in the Himalayas, he used secret language to contact people far away. "Odin, we need to talk." The person Gu Yi contacted was Odin, the leader of Asgard and the father of the gods. "Open the Rainbow Bridge. I need to use the Orb of Agamedes. Please don't refuse my request. I need to confirm something important." Gu Yi whispered to the blue sky. When Li Ji walked out of a place with a logo of China Power Grid printed on the outside, he found that he appeared in New York again. And this place with a logo of China Power Grid was actually the New York sanctuary mentioned by the wizards. When did China Power Grid become so tall and majestic? It seems that I have done a lot of things tonight, in just a few hours. I have united the cooperation of two multinational giants and met a legendary figure at the same time. He even wants to entrust the important task of protecting the Earth to myself. The cool breeze in New York at night made Li Ji shiver, sobering up his feverish head. There are many things to do, but everything should be done step by step. Don't let others disrupt your pace. And you need to find someone to talk to about these things. I will explain the things mentioned in the book today in the author's words. Please read carefully if you are not familiar with Marvel. The man with the scimitar is General Corvus. The blue-skinned woman is Proxima Midnight, and her weapon contains the power of a supernova explosion. The blue-skinned aliens are the Kori. The green-skinned ones are the Skrulls. Their war lasted for many years, and the Earth was also involved. I will slowly show this in the book later. The Orb of Agamethus is a divine artifact. As for why it is with Odin, I will explain it later. That's all. Chapter 161 Abnormal Attack. New York in December is already very cold. This year's temperature has dropped to the lowest point in meteorological history. But the prosperity of the metropolis will not fade away because of the cold winter. Because it is almost Christmas, the most important festival in the West. Therefore, whether it is major supermarkets or various stores in shopping centers, they have all launched various discount promotions. This is the most important business season of the year. During this time, even poor families will try to squeeze out a little money. Buy some Christmas ornaments for their homes. Or find a way to buy new clothes or a new toy for their children. Life in New York is not easy. This is the area with the highest prices in the world. The heavy pressure of life often overwhelms those who are not satisfied with their lives. Especially for some special groups, their lives here will be more difficult. For example, the man who appears in front of us now, his name is Hale. His dress is a bit strange. Although the temperature outside in New York is very cold. But in the big shopping mall, because the central air conditioning is turned on, the temperature of the heating is set very high. So the temperature inside the mall is actually very high. People who wear heavy winter clothes outside will take off their thick winter clothes when they come here. But Hale was strange. He was wearing a high-necked winter coat that covered his neck. Jeans and rubber-soled shoes were really old-fashioned. Not to mention the cheap-looking gloves he was wearing. They looked like nylon or other byproducts of petrochemical materials. They looked more like work gloves than the gloves people would wear on holidays. New York is one of the fashion capitals of the world, and it is named after Paris and Milan. Hale's weird look made people who passed by him keep a distance from him. What's more, Hale's hair looked like it hadn't been trimmed for a long time. It looked messy, although it seemed that he tried to smooth it out before going out. But doing so seemed to make it worse. Now he looked like a dirty hippie. The looks from people around Hale made him feel very uncomfortable. But he couldn't blame others for their views on him, because he knew that his current appearance was not pleasing. He just wanted to finish his business quickly and leave the building as soon as possible. This commercial building in Queens is home to many shops and brand outlets. There are also many cafes and restaurants, where residents from the surrounding area come to relax and shop during holidays. There is also the largest Toys R Us in Queens. The toys here are almost the most complete in Queens, but the prices of toys in Toys R Us are almost not cheap. However, before Christmas, even if the toys here are not cheap, there will be countless parents coming here to shop. To give their children a Christmas surprise. Maybe it's a box of building blocks, maybe it's a Barbie doll. No matter what it is, at least the children can receive gifts on this day, which can make them happy for a whole month. Hale didn't seem to care about the surprised looks of others, but his steps revealed his lack of confidence. He finally stepped into the toy store with a timid step. "It's okay, it's just a gift, I can afford it," Hale whispered to himself. His hands were in his pockets, holding 2 crumpled dollar bills. This was all the cash he had, and Hale's job was not easy to find. Because he always messed things up, now he had no cash income except for food from the relief station. The banknotes in his pocket were handed out by a kind gentleman yesterday. He said he was a devout believer and sent meager cash to poor families before Christmas. This was for the children in those families, to give them a gift they liked at Christmas. Although the money was small, only $25, Hale was still very grateful. Hale hadn't bought toys for his son for a long time. Since he couldn't work and his wife left him. The family's situation became more and more difficult, and now he had no money to pay the property tax. Maybe the house will be reclaimed by the government or the bank next year. This might be the last time to spend Christmas at home, and he didn't want to see his son looking at other children's toys with envy. That kind of eager eyes always broke his heart. He couldn't afford the toys that were too expensive, so he wandered around the shelves for a long time. It was not until the salesperson looked at him with a defensive look that he picked up a Captain America soldier doll that he had hesitated for a long time. The workmanship of this soldier is not exquisite, and the price is relatively cheap. But it also costs $30, but because of the 20% discount for Christmas, it only costs $24. This way there's still $1 left, and Hale decided to use the remaining dollar to buy a KFC hamburger for his son. Thinking of the happy look of the children after seeing the gifts, Hale's heart softened a little. The line of people waiting to check out was very long. Behind Hale, it seemed that a couple brought their little daughter to buy toys. The family looked very harmonious and talked and laughed there. Hale was a little envious. He had the same family a few years ago. But now everything has gone with the wind. Thinking of this, Hale couldn't help but feel sad. "Sir, the total is $30. It was Hale's turn to check out. The cashier took the goods and scanned the code to check out. But the number she revealed surprised Hale a little, and Hale asked puzzled, "Isn't it Christmas promotion today? Aren't all the goods 20% off?" Hale only had $25 in his pocket, and he didn't have an extra $5 to pay the bill. "I'm sorry, sir, Hasbro's products are not eligible for this promotion." The waitress said sorry. But her tone was impatient. She was very busy today and didn't want to argue with a weirdo. "Please, I only have this much. I'm having financial difficulties recently. Can I pay in installments?" Hale took out all the $25 and asked, "I'm sorry, sir, you can't use installment payments for items below $200. The waitress's tone was still cold. "You may choose other products." Although he said so, Hale didn't have room to choose. This Captain America soldier is almost the cheapest Captain America doll that can be found. Hale's children have always admired Captain America. He is the role model and idol of the children. Hale hopes that his children can be as strong as the Captain and will not be easily defeated in the future. The cashier looked at Hale without emotion, which made him embarrassed. He hesitated for a while and took out a silver necklace from his clothes. This is a souvenir left by his father. It was made from the silver cutlery seized from the secret base of the communists in Sweden during World War II. This has always been meaningful to Hale, but now he took it out. He put the necklace on the cashier with some trembling and said, "This is a pure silver necklace, weighing 15 grams, which is worth $7 in silver. I would like to ask you to lend me $5 now." Hale's plea was sincere and humble. But the cashier still shook his head coldly. "If you don't have enough money, you can choose other products." This was as cold as a robot. Hale gave up. Maybe he would disappoint his children today. He picked up the toys and prepared to return them to their original place. Maybe he could only choose some other toys. Just as he was about to leave, the couple who had been queuing behind him stopped him. "Sir, if you don't mind, I can lend you $5 first." The lady stopped him and took out $5 from her wallet and wanted to hand it to him. It was called a loan, but it was actually a gift. Hale knew what the other party meant. "Mom, thank you, I'm afraid I can't take the money." Hale was very touched, but he had decided to change to a cheaper toy. He had already taken too many people's charity, and he already owed too much. This is Mr. Christmas. The Lord's gift should be spread everywhere, and everyone should be happy on this day. If this can help you, it will be our honor. It seems that this family is still a devout believer. My mother said that helping others is the source of happiness. If your children can feel happy on Christmas because of our help, then we will also feel happy. The couple's little daughter is still a little young, and her voice is a little childish, a little babyish, but very cute. So, don't refuse my kindness, sir. The lady handed the dollar to Hale again. Thank you. Hale's voice was a little choked, and he was ready to accept this kindness. And at the end of the nearly 100 people in the queue, Luigi also selected gifts to give out on Christmas. Including the one for Mindy, Luigi has always wanted to correct her thinking. There were also gifts for Zengchu and Peter. They were both big kids and had no resistance to toys. He didn't notice what happened at the front of the team because of his perspective. He was still thinking about asking Peter out in the afternoon to talk about the Supreme Mage. Just as he was thinking about the mage, there was a commotion in the team ahead. Hale was about to take the money from the lady. The moment he received the money, his already worn-out glove seemed to have been cut open by a sharp blade. The part that was supposed to cover his fingers was exposed. When Hale found out, it was too late. "No!" Hale shouted desperately. Blue-white arcs surged from his fingers, and the arcs were directed to the person closest to Hale because of the voltage difference. The lady never dreamed that such a thing would happen. The strong current instantly penetrated her body, and just a moment of contact took her life. Her warm smile was still on her face, but she had already lost her life. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became panicked, screams were heard, and the whole team was in chaos. "What did you do? What did you do to my wife?" the man asked in disbelief while holding his wife's body. The little girl was so frightened that she burst into tears. "My wife was helping you. And you actually killed her." The man's blood burst out, and his blood was constantly surging due to adrenaline. Anger had made him lose his reason. "You are a mutant. You are a mutant. So you want to kill my wife?" The man said this and quickly approached Hale. "Don't come over, my gloves are broken. Don't come over, I want to release the voltage first." Hale kept retreating. He wanted to find something to release the voltage in his body. Li Ji was still thinking about things when he found that the team began to riot, and many people dropped the items in their hands and wanted to leave here. At this time, the originally blocked vision could see clearly what happened in front. A female body was lying on the ground, and next to her was a crying little girl. And a man who looked like the woman's husband was aggressively approaching another man. Hale was constantly retreating and dodging. He couldn't control his power. He became a mutant in the last 2 years, and he didn't want to be a mutant at all. Because he couldn't control his power, there would always be charges in his body. The voltage must be released every once in a while, and it was impossible to release the charge recklessly in public, which would hurt innocent people. Because of this ability, he lost his car repair job, and his wife ran away, leaving him and his child alone. Hale didn't want to hurt anyone, but the power that couldn't be controlled was so dangerous. Even if he didn't want to, he still killed someone today, a kind mother, a gentle wife. And now her husband is crazy and wants to fight him to death. But Hale knew that he would hurt him again, and Hale kept backing away. But the man was too close, and the current leaking from Hale's body was ready to move. At this moment, the blue-white arc gushed out from his fingers, and Hale shouted desperately, "No!" The blue current hit the man, and Li Ji had already understood what was happening here. At the moment when the current concentrated on the man's body, Li Ji had come to the man's side. He couldn't move fast in the crowd, but fortunately he arrived in time. Li Ji threw a metal fence used to maintain order. The metal fence with better conductivity attracted a lot of current. The strong current hit the metal fence and made a crackling sound. Moreover, the splashing current messed up the voltage of the whole store. Air switches kept tripping and cutting off the power. The whole floor was plunged into darkness. When Hale released all the charges, he collapsed to the ground powerlessly, still muttering, I'm sorry. Li Ji didn't have time to take care of him now. He was checking the vital signs of the electrocuted man. The pupils began to dilate, and the breathing and pulse began to weaken. There was slight subcutaneous bleeding, and the tongue coating also had some bleeding symptoms. Li Ji began to perform CPR on the man, which was some of the first aid methods he learned from Frank. Who of you can be damn calm and call a doctor? Li Ji performed CPR on the man and roared at the messy crowd. When the patrolling police arrived here, someone finally called a doctor for Li Ji. At this time, Li Ji had been performing CPR on the man for 5 minutes. If he stopped, the man's heart would stop immediately. The police who came to help could not help at all, and could only protect the little girl of the family to prevent her from getting hurt in the crowd. Hale was also controlled by the police. He now seemed to have regained some strength. He was not as weak as he was at the beginning after the discharge. He looked at everything he had caused, the mother who died with a smile on her face, the little girl who was crying loudly, and the man who didn't know whether he was alive or dead because of the harm he had done. He felt extremely regretful in his heart. He hated everything he had caused, and he hated the difficult life after losing his job. At this moment, the despair in his heart continued to grow. There was a small amount of electricity accumulated in his body, and he shocked the police who controlled him to make him a little paralyzed. Then he snatched the pistol from his waist and issued the last declaration of his life. I hate mutants. Bang! The M1911 bullet passed through his brain, and red blood and gray-white brain matter flew everywhere. The toy he was going to bring to the child was also stained, and the bright red blood stained the American flag behind Captain America. When the gunshots rang out, Li Ji realized what happened not far behind him, but he couldn't stop now. Because he had another life in his hands. When the doctor finally arrived and handed over to Li Ji's expression was a little numb. Along with the doctor, there was also a group of paparazzi reporters, or so-called free media people. They are not regular TV station staff. They usually collect news by themselves and then sell it to TV stations. The two who came today were also like this. They were very happy to see the bloody scene at the scene. They didn't care that there were two families behind this incident. To them, it was just green dollars. Wow, today's luck is really good. This is the number of mutant attacks today. A paparazzi asked his companion. The third or fourth case. The companion replied. This news is all in US dollars. The two were very excited to take photos and videos of the scene. In short, the more bloody it is, the better. As for exacerbating the conflict, it is none of their business. Just when they were excited about taking pictures, a big hand grabbed the paparazzi's collar. You said there were several similar attacks today. Li Ji's voice was angry and cold. The fair size stared at the paparazzi and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Calm down, men. If you want to know, I can tell you, but please don't do anything to me, okay? Chapter 162 Human or Fate? In the days before Christmas, there were many mutant attacks in New York City. No one knows why. Is it that the mutants' abilities are collectively out of control, or is there someone deliberately controlling everything? If it is an accidental incident, then there are too many accidents recently. Because there are too many of these things recently, even Spider-Man has been implicated. The reason is simple. Because of the constant attacks, the conflicts between normal people and mutants are intensifying. Not far from the White House in Washington, a small-scale protest rally broke out. The content of the rally was about promoting the mutant bill, and the people strongly demanded that the president sign a new presidential order to enact a bill. This incident has also received a lot of reports and support from online media. Normal people's disgust for mutants is increasing. The latest poll shows that the number of people who hate mutants accounts for 65%. 10% do not like mutants. And 20% of people don't care. Only 5% of people are willing to be friends with mutants. In this situation, when Spider-Man Peter went out to be his city hero, he was mistaken for a mutant. Because it is difficult for Peter to explain to ordinary people how his abilities came about. It is not surprising that he is mistaken for a mutant. The truck driver he saved last time did not accept Peter's kindness. Instead, he insulted Peter. Although he was very angry, Spider-Man finally forgave him. Because he learned from the driver that the driver's wife was injured in the mutant out-of-control incident a few days ago and is still lying in the hospital. And when the driver's anger was over, he apologized to Peter. It can be imagined that Spider-Man's current popularity in New York and the extent of his good deeds will be misunderstood. The situation of those real mutants can be imagined. At this time, Li Ji remembered a new friend he had just met not long ago. Mutant Katie. He made a special call to ask about Katie's current situation. He learned that she was not implicated, and because her ability can be freely controlled. So now no one can know that she is a mutant. Katie assured Li Ji and invited Li Ji to visit her school in January. At a certain moment, Li Ji thought, is Katie studying in a mutant school now, that genius school in the movie? Please forgive Li Ji. After so many years, it is impossible for him to remember the name of a school in a movie. If Katie studied in that school, it should be good because all of her classmates are mutants. And it seems that their principal is also a pretty good person. Li Ji is currently browsing the website of the Nightcrawler Alliance in the base. There is a heated discussion on the website about whether Spider-Man is a mutant. But the good thing is that everyone said that even if Spider-Man is a mutant, he can be accepted. Because he has been contributing to this city and saving many people. As for Nightcrawler, it is very interesting. Almost no one thinks he is a mutant. Because the battle that Nightcrawler is really famous for is the battle against vampires on the viaduct. At that time, he used the mechanical arm, and the scene was filmed by many people. And he used technological equipment to fight many times afterwards. Now the internet basically thinks that he is a trained ordinary person. Maybe he is very strong, but more often he uses technological equipment to fight. And everyone is discussing what equipment he uses. Some people believe that under his clothes are all biochemical mechanical prostheses or something. Li Ji could only smile slightly when he saw such comments. Today is another day for a meeting. This meeting was called by Li Ji. The topic is the recent mutants. Li Ji doesn't like the chaotic New York, especially if a full-scale conflict between humans and mutants breaks out one day. At that time, let alone New York, I'm afraid that the whole United States will not be safe. Because Li Ji knew a little about the power of mutants from watching movies, and after being in this world for a long time, Li Ji also knew that some mutants might be more powerful than those shown in the movies of his previous life. When Spider-Man Peter finally arrived at the base, everyone had been waiting for him for a long time. "I'm sorry, it looks like I'm late." Peter glanced at the others who had already arrived and said, "Okay, sit down, Spider-Man." Li Ji motioned Peter to sit down first. At present, the team has not been expanded, but after the new year, Li Ji plans to recruit Harry. But the premise is that Harry needs to be trained hard during this period. And Frank also said that he will bring in a new teammate after the new year. This is good news, and the team will become more and more powerful in the future. Recent mutant attacks have inexplicably increased. Li Ji first unfolded the theme of this meeting. Our abilities are limited, and we may not be able to do too much, but what do you think about the attacks in New York? It's a bit too frequent, which is not normal. Damon was the first to speak. When I was a policeman, similar incidents occurred, but they were generally scattered. Unless it was a premeditated case planned by a mutant criminal organization, mutants generally restrain themselves. Yes, I saved a young man when I just came here. He was standing in the middle of the road and was almost hit by a car. Peter continued. Later I learned that this guy was a mutant. If he wanted, he could directly split the motorcycle rushing towards him in half. But he panicked at that moment and didn't know whether he should do that. Peter spread his hands and said that in fact, mutants in general are not as bad as advertised on TV. Even when facing life and death, they will hesitate between their own lives and the lives of others. Fortunately, he didn't split the others in half, otherwise wait, the president will issue a new bill tomorrow. Frank shook his head. Anything can be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. What do you think is the possibility that someone is behind this? Mike, who had been silent, said. It's quite likely. In recent days, there have been at least 20 cases of mutants running wild in public places in New York. And there may be some other incidents that have not been recorded. The data obtained by Li Ji was obtained by Zheng Chu through the internet to hack into the New York Police Department. And all the mutants here have one thing in common, that is, poverty. Most of them are people who have lost their jobs. Through data analysis, they are not born mutants, but awakened later. Because of the awakening of mutant powers, most of their lives have been ruined. But I have a question, that is, if it is really man-made, then what is the purpose of their selection of these mutants? Li Ji expressed his doubts. Maybe it is to arouse sympathy? Everyone thought for a long time, and the first to speak was retired police officer Damon. Analyzing cases or clues is his specialty. We are sure that there is a mastermind behind all this, and everything he has done is to intensify the conflicts among mutants. What if he wants to set a fuse? Most mutants don't like their identities. Especially those who awaken after adulthood, they don't really agree with their identities. And there are probably quite a few of these mutants. And now all the mutants who are out of control are of this kind, and their end is also tragic. Almost none of the mutants in the 13 attacks survived. Either committed suicide or were shot dead by the police. And the reason they appeared in public was very simple, all to prepare for their families before Christmas. I think this kind of thing will probably arouse the sympathy of many mutants and even say that they share the same hatred of the enemy. Damon said, shaking his head. But I don't understand, which side is this person behind the scenes on? If he is on the side of the mutants, then he should know that these things will only make the situation of the mutants worse. If it is a radical who wants to eliminate mutants and normal humans who promote the bill, then he should also know that everything he does may make mutants more united. Damon pressed his temple. He was a little confused about the real intention of this matter or the motive behind it. What if the person behind the scenes does not stand on either side? Li Ji's proposal was a bit absurd. After he said it, he himself could not find how to continue this sentence. But this made everyone quiet down. If neither side stands, then the situation may be very bad. I don't want to face this situation. Someone will provoke a fight and finally reap the benefits. Frank said while playing with his dagger. But all this is just speculation. Frank, do you know if there is anyone in the government who particularly hates mutants? Li Ji suddenly remembered that there was a big villain in the movie he watched before. He was from the military. He had forgotten his name. But in his memory, The general seemed very crazy and would do anything to eliminate mutants. So he asked Frank about this matter specifically. Government? There is a guy in the military who is very hostile to mutants, named Stryker. He is a crazy old pervert. If it is him, it is indeed possible. Lee Ji's words reminded Frank. He did remember that there was such a person in the military. Abnormally crazy, he would do anything to kill mutants. I will investigate whether the old pervert has anything to do with these things. I don't like those who fan the flames behind the scenes and make the world in chaos just to achieve their own little thoughts. It seems that Frank has no good feelings for Stryker. No one expects New York to be in chaos, because a chaotic New York will not benefit anyone at all. Everyone hopes to find out who is behind the scenes. Everyone began to arrange tasks. This matter requires more investigation. When the conversation of everyone was about to come to an end, Zheng Chu, who had been silent, spoke for the first time. What if all this is a coincidence, it is really just a group of people who happen to lose control? Everyone stopped talking and turned to look at him. If everything is really a coincidence, then the mutants can only pray for good luck. Even fate is playing tricks on this race. Lee Ji was silent for a while before he spoke weakly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Uncertain Clues. Please vote. Lee Ji's attitude towards mutants is a bit complicated, because mutants are not vampires. They should not be the mortal enemy of mankind. In fact, there is no completely irreconcilable contradiction between normal people and mutants, especially Lee Ji still remembers that it was said in the plot he had watched before. In fact, most people have X genes in their bodies, but some people will never trigger this gene in their lives, but will hide it, making them ordinary people all their lives. But the X gene is hereditary, which makes it very likely that their offspring will have mutant children. This is a paradox. If a guy who firmly opposes mutants is actually a mutant himself, but has not triggered the change for the time being, then how should this person be counted? What if one day he suddenly mutates? Or what if his child suddenly becomes a mutant? Can he still insist that all mutants are evil? Lee Ji doesn't know what these people think, but the complexity of human nature is simply impossible to explore. Even if there is an omniscient and omnipotent God on this world, I am afraid that he cannot truly understand the most complex things in human nature. For example, the mutant Hale I saw that day, he mutated. He could not choose whether to mutate or not, he could only accept it passively. But this undoubtedly brought him more troubles. Even though he became a mutant, he still hated mutants, or hated this ability. He made Hale lose his job, his family, and finally his life. Through the police files, Lee Ji knew that Hale had a child. He didn't know what would happen to the child in the future. Although his father was unintentional, he did kill someone. I'm afraid the crime of mutant murderer will always be borne by his father. For some reason, Lee Ji brought a box of Captain America toys to this neighborhood. This is on the edge of Queens, close to Brooklyn. The houses here look old, but the community looks very clean. It should be because the residents here are not rich, but they are very self-disciplined. Hale's home is here, a small bungalow, and Hale's child is temporarily living here and being taken care of by community volunteers for a few days. After a period of time, when the procedures are completed, the child should be transferred to an orphanage, and the property will be recovered by the government because of overdue property taxes. The gift Lee Ji brought was a box of high-end Captain America dolls, worth more than $400. Even when Hale was still working, he was reluctant to spend so much money to buy such high-end toys for his children. When Lee Ji knocked on Hale's door, a middle-aged woman who looked very kind opened the door. "Who are you?" The woman did not know Lee Ji. As a social worker in the community, she had met all the more than 200 residents in this community. "I'm sorry to bother you. I heard about Hale's case, but the child is innocent. I came here just to show some kindness." Lee Ji pointed to the gift in his hand and explained his purpose. "You are such a kind person." The middle-aged woman's tone contained a kind of touching. "No one has come to see poor little Kane since Hale's incident. Hale is a kind person. He was originally a skilled mechanic. Even if he is really a mutant, I don't believe he would really kill people. There must be some misunderstanding here." The middle-aged woman opened the door and let Li Ji in. No one comes to see poor little Cain now. The child is innocent. It's not good for everyone to do this. Under the guidance of the middle-aged woman, Li Ji came to Cain's room. In fact, all the furnishings in this house are very simple now. It can be seen that the life of the two fathers and sons was not very good before. Only Cain's room seems to have some decorations. Yellow stars and moons are printed on the blue wallpaper. This should be a very warm room. But the owner of the room seems very unhappy. Li Ji saw a thin little boy standing at the window of his room looking out. The information shows that the little boy should be 13 years old, and he will be a big boy of 14 at the end of this year. But he looks much thinner than his peers. He looks like only 11 or 12 years old. His black hair droops listlessly on his head. There is no agility and liveliness in his brown eyes that a child of this age should have. He heard the door open, and just stared at Li Ji walking in, with no expression on his face. "Dear, someone is here to see you." The middle-aged woman looked at Cain's appearance, and there was a feeling of heartache in her tone. "Are you here to blame my father too? Are you here to laugh at me too? Am I the child of a murderer?" Cain's sudden rage came very suddenly. This sudden outburst scared Li Ji and the middle-aged woman. Li Ji was tall and big. He quickly walked to Cain and half knelt down to talk to Cain at eye level. "Your father is not a murderer, I promise. He didn't do it on purpose. Believe me, I was there at the time." As Li Ji spoke, he quietly put his hand on Cain's shoulder. A small amount of moderate and peaceful internal energy operated in Cain's body. Since the last battle with the hand, Li Ji found that his internal energy had the effect of calming the mood. The internal energy operated in Cain's body, and after a while, he looked better, without that scary anger. Just now, even his facial features were distorted. This kind of emotion is not conducive to the growth of children. Your father is a good man. He doesn't want to hurt anyone. He just wants to buy you toys. He doesn't want to hurt anyone. Li Ji continued after watching Cain calm down a little. Then why did the police shoot him? Cain seemed to be unaware of Hale's death. He thought that the police shot his father, and tears welled up in his eyes. "It was all an accident, Cain. It was all an accident." Li Ji felt sorry for the little boy and explained. "Your father hurt others unintentionally, and he felt guilty, even if it was an accident. But he chose to take responsibility for his mistakes. This is a toy your father bought for you, look. He had already paid for it, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance to give it to you in person. But I was there at the time, I brought it for you, and now I'm giving it to you. This is a box of Captain America's soldiers. I think it must be because your father hopes that you can be as strong as Captain America." Li Ji said this, took out the box of high-end toys he bought and handed it to Cain. "Do you like Captain America?" Cain nodded. "Then can you take your idol as an example? Be strong and optimistic, and never be defeated even in the face of setbacks and difficulties." Captain Steve Rogers and his team were trapped in the snow for a week without food and water, but they held on and finally beat up those bastards. "Can you be as strong as Captain America?" Li Ji asked, looking at Cain. Cain nodded. "My grandfather was also a soldier back then. He said that he had fought side by side with Captain America, and they had broken through the Swedish bastard nest together. Then you should have the blood of a hero flowing in your veins. You should learn from your grandfather, who must have encountered many difficulties in the war. Cain, your life is a little difficult now, but everything will be fine. Promise me to be a hero in life, okay?" Li Ji talked to Cain in an equal attitude. "Like Spider-Man?" Cain finally smiled. "Yes, like Spider-Man." Li Ji made a high-five gesture, and Cain stretched out his little palm and clapped it with Li Ji. When Li Ji and Cain chatted for a while and were about to leave, Cain stopped him. "Thank you, Jason. Although I know you are lying to me and my father can't afford such expensive toys, I am still very grateful to you. This way I can invite Ruel to play with me next time." Li Ji smiled and didn't feel embarrassed because his lie was exposed. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Is Ruel your partner?" "Yes, his grandfather was a comrade in arms with my grandfather. They both kicked each other's ass hard." Cain made a kicking motion, which made Li Ji laugh. "So you can go to Ruel's house to play next time. Maybe we will go to the same orphanage. Ruel's father also died when he went out of town a few days ago." Cain's words were a little sad, because he also mutated into a mutant 2 years ago, but he can control his abilities, so he still has a job. But this time when he was on a business trip to another place, his mutant ability went out of control and he was shot by the police. But this sentence made Li Ji's heart jump. He seemed to have grasped something, but he didn't seem to understand it very well. One day after he left Kane's house, all the formalities for Kane had been completed, and he would be transferred to an orphanage for upbringing. When the nun at the orphanage was about to take Kane away, Kane suddenly stopped and told the nun that he had an important toy that he hadn't taken, so the nun had to let him go home and get it first. Kane came to the garage behind the house, where there was a basement where the family stored sundries. He climbed down the stairs skillfully. He found what he was looking for in the box in the corner, which was tightly wrapped in black cloth. Kane opened the black cloth and checked whether the thing was intact, then took it out. From the part exposed from the black cloth, it can be seen that this is a green demon mask with a metallic luster. Kane smiled while holding the mask, and then wrapped it up again. As the nun left the home where he had lived for more than 10 years, Kane will also start his new life. In the base of the Night Walker, Li Ji was asking the hacker Zheng Chu to find something according to his own ideas. Maybe all this is speculation, maybe he just thought too much? Chapter 164, Blame. Zheng Chu was helping Li Ji collect information according to his thinking. Li Ji didn't know if his idea was right or not, it was just a guess. All the mutant family lists and information of the attack incidents are here. Night Walker Zheng Chu listed all the information he found. Now it's not just Li Ji who is looking at these materials. Others are also very curious about what Li Ji hurriedly ran back to the base today and asked Zheng Chu to find. There were a total of 83 recorded cases of mutant superpower rampages in the United States before Christmas. And did everyone overlook some places before, some places that are not easy to notice? Li Ji was flipping through the information quickly. What exactly are you looking for? Peter asked in confusion. Recently, because of the influence of mutants, the number of times he went out to rescue people has decreased. So as not to cause unnecessary trouble, or even the hatred of some irrational people. An idea, but I can't be sure. Li Ji flipped through the printed materials without looking up. While flipping through them, he pulled out some pages from the materials and put them aside. And he marked the key points with a marker. Li Ji didn't have the ability to remember everything he saw, or read 10 lines at a glance. The stack of materials was very thick. Although he only glanced at it and looked for keywords, he still read it very slowly. It took him nearly an hour and a half to sort out all the materials. This also further confirmed an idea in his mind, although it seemed a bit absurd. When he looked up, he found that the other people in the base gathered around him. Everyone was paying attention to what he was doing just now, but no one disturbed him. Are there any special discoveries? Frank, who spoke first, came here tonight for intelligence about Stryker. Li Ji pressed his swollen temples, sorted out his thoughts, and then slowly spoke. Some interesting discoveries. We missed something. In addition to the common points we found before, these people have another very important common point. Li Ji picked up the materials he had put together and said, there are 60 families here with elders who participated in World War II. Li Ji spread all the information in front of everyone. And what's even more coincidental is that these people have almost all served in the same unit. Even if they didn't serve in the same unit, they had participated in the same war. Li Ji's tone gradually became serious, and everyone's faces were a little solemn. They all participated in the Siege of Eagle's Nest, which is the legendary last stronghold of the... You mean, these out-of-control mutants are the descendants of those World War II veterans? Peter asked. I'm afraid so. At least 40 mutants here are direct descendants of World War II veterans. And the rest of the people are more or less related to these veterans. Li Ji pointed to the information and said, so you mean someone is behind all this? Could it be that there are still remnants of the... and they deliberately persecute the descendants of those veterans in order to avenge what happened in the past? Zheng Chu said a little exaggeratedly. His imagination is very big, and it seems that he was influenced by some third-rate novels. Li Ji smiled at this statement. If they really want to retaliate, they would have retaliated long ago. Why did they choose to retaliate at this time? It has been 70 years since that war. I am afraid that there are only a few veterans left. And hiding hatred for 70 years, just to retaliate against a group of small people? Li Ji shook his head and said, I think if there are really remnants of, they should not have such good patience. But it is obvious that they are related to, and it is not just for revenge. I am afraid it is more to cause conflicts and even provoke war. Li Ji's words are not alarmist. If you talk about, there was a notorious special organization before, Frank said. It is Hydra, but it should have been destroyed by Captain America at that time. In fact, this is what Lee Ji wanted to say, but was the Hydra in this world really destroyed or lurking like the original movie? Lee Ji could not make a judgment, because the variables in this world are too great. But if it is Hydra, then everything can be explained. They are not simply remnants of, and they are not simply for revenge. Zheng Chu was only half right. I'm afraid Hydra wants to stir up conflicts between humans and mutants. In the original story, they were lingering and wanted to build a pure world. And Lee Ji couldn't say the name of Hydra himself, because it was obvious that he shouldn't know this deeply hidden organization. So he could only remind Frank and let him say the name. With Frank's information network, it was not difficult to know the name of Hydra. If it is really Hydra, I suggest that everyone stop all investigations now. Frank's face was a little solemn. Why? Peter asked the questions that others wanted to know. If Hydra really didn't perish, but hid, then Hydra would be a very terrible organization. Lee Ji agreed with Frank's words. He still remembered that shield was eroded by Hydra. You can't imagine how powerful Hydra is. Hydra almost extended its tentacles to every corner of the world. They destroyed, assassinated to create panic, and had all kinds of weird technology. I don't think our current team has the ability to fight Hydra. Frank looked around and said. He was telling the truth. Lee Ji didn't think the current team could withstand the attack of Hydra. At most, someone would lead the charge, and his own team would play a marginal ball. Nightwalker, well done. If your idea is correct, then we will avoid a crisis. Frank patted Lee Ji on the shoulder. There was a strong approval in his eyes, a look that Lee Ji had never seen before. There was a kind of recognition and appreciation, and a sense of relief. I will inform S.H.I.E.L.D. about this matter. Professional matters should be left to professionals. If conflicts arise, then let professionals soften the conflicts. Frank said. Since Hydra is hiding so deeply, S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be without their people. Lee Ji reminded. The Hydra, dead but not stiff. Frank nodded to show that he understood the importance of this matter. If Hydra is really still there, S.H.I.E.L.D. may be the most dangerous place. You know, the earliest Science Secret Service, which is the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D., has accepted many surrendered scientists. But at least Lee Ji used this method to remind Frank and Nico. Earlier, Frank and Nico had reached a secret plan. Frank's opinion was accepted by everyone, and this matter was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle secretly. I believe Nico still has confidants who can be used, and the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. will not be Hydra's people. And now everyone can only keep an eye on the follow-up development of this matter. When Lee Ji and Peter immediately returned to the base, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. According to the time, today is Christmas Eve. But this year's Christmas is estimated to be difficult for many people to spend peacefully. Lee Ji dare not guarantee that his inference is correct. Maybe everything is a coincidence. Maybe Hydra did nothing in it, or even what happened to those soldiers when they attacked the Eagle's Nest led to this incident 70 years later. After all, it is difficult to say about Hydra's black technology. At that time, had all kinds of magical and weird props. It was much more complicated than the World War II in the original history of the previous life. But Lee Ji didn't care about these things. Anyway, the current situation was too intense. He needed to find a person or an organization to divert the conflict. Anyway, no matter whether it was done by Hydra or the mutants were out of control by coincidence, they needed to give people a window to vent and divert the conflict. Hydra had to take the blame whether they wanted to or not. Anyway, they were clamoring to establish a country all day long, so let them take the blame. Anyway, it was not unfair for them to take the blame. Chapter 165, The Suppressed Crisis and Christmas. Regardless of whether Lee Ji's blame was really on the right person, he had to blame the blame. Anyway, anyone could take the blame. But mutants couldn't take it. Even if it was really done by mutants, they couldn't be held responsible. Because the current situation is very delicate, any accidental firing could lead to the government forcibly pushing for the enactment of the Mutant Act. Especially after the enactment of the Vampire Act, there has been some experience in the management of vampires, so the resistance to the implementation of the Mutant Act is much smaller than in the original time and space. Once the new law is implemented, Lee Ji can conclude that it will inevitably cause a strong and even irreconcilable contradiction. At that time, the contradiction will intensify sharply, and even evolve into war under the promotion of those with ulterior motives, which is what Lee Ji least wants to see. Mutants are not vampires, they are not so easy to control, and a few alpha-level mutants may turn a big city upside down. And up to now, Lee Ji has not heard any news about the X-Men, as if there are no X-Men in this time and space. If a mutant riot really occurs, there is no way to know who will end the conflict, or even how to end it. So Lee Ji played a balancing game to divert the core issue of the conflict. From the government's point of view, the Hydra issue is definitely more important than the mutants, because some human zealots are arrogant and will put the mutant issue under the political issue. Hydra obviously has a tendency to subvert the regime. For the vested interests, Hydra is much more threatening than mutants. This kind of contradiction transfer and balancing game is the first time Lee Ji has done this. In this mutant crisis, Lee Ji and his team have never really experienced a battle from beginning to end. But through various relationships and analysis, Lee Ji's opinion still reached Nick Fury's ears. Afterwards, under secret actions, including the tacit understanding within the government, all unfavorable news about mutants was withdrawn in an instant. Even politicians who oppose mutants will not jump out to say anything during this period of time. After all, they oppose mutants in order to gain voter support. The purpose of gaining voter support is to be able to gain a better electoral advantage and thus climb to a higher position in politics. From the beginning to the end, politicians have focused on power. Unless the entire government is completely controlled by Hydra, any politician with a brain knows that. If Hydra really appears and overthrows the existing regime, it will not be of any benefit to them. With everyone's tacit understanding, the direction of the entire public opinion changed instantly. On Christmas Eve, when Lee Ji and his family were sitting in a restaurant enjoying a big meal, the unfavorable reports about mutants in the news all changed direction in an instant, and major media outlets revealed the so-called truth. The investigations on these mutants were changed to not intentional, but because of loss of control. Then they also revealed the families of several mutants, saying that they lived in poverty, but still had backbone and did not use their superpowers to do bad things. In the end, all this was just an accident, and I hope everyone can remain rational about mutants. Anyway, it is to rouse the sympathy of the general public for these mutants. Use sympathy to change the racial confrontation caused by the media's fanning the flames at the beginning. Then some government officials made some speeches, saying that mutants are also American citizens and should not be discriminated against. They even said that they would establish a mutant employment system. Protect the working rights of some special mutants. Anyway, Lee Ji could only shake his head after reading these news. Anyway, these media are of this character. They are gods and ghosts. Whatever they say is what they say, and they don't need to take any responsibility. They are the ones who provoked the conflict, and now they are also the good guys. It really makes people feel very disgusting. No wonder there is a saying that media without moral bottom line are a group of shameless bitches. But at least now things are moving in a good direction, although we haven't found out who is behind the scenes. However, this mutant crisis has been temporarily overcome, because Lee Ji's scapegoating this time was very accurate and the contradiction was transferred very beautifully. It can be said that it hit the key points of those politicians who only care about their immediate interests. Just a few words, the haze of war that might have broken out was dispelled in this way. At least the situation has eased and everyone has begun to regain their sanity. This is why Frank admires Lee Ji. A good leader should not be just a fool who can only fight. Those who cannot distinguish the importance of events and cannot really weigh the gap between themselves and the other party and act recklessly can only serve as a vanguard. Lee Ji is still a little immature, but after more than half a year of tempering various major events, Lee Ji has grown very fast. He has dared to take more responsibilities and knows what things should be done, or should be done first. This has the prototype of an excellent leader, but it is only a prototype now. There is still a long way to go before Lee Ji, the real leader. When Christmas came, Lee Ji and Peter's families joined together to celebrate Christmas. In fact, the purpose of doing so was for Harry. Because Norman died, it would be a cruel thing to leave Harry alone in the huge Osborn manor. No matter how much money Harry has or how many servants he has, there are some things that cannot be replaced by money. Ben Parker and Aunt May are also familiar with Lee Ji's parents. At the suggestion of Lee Ji and Peter, the two families prepared a Christmas dinner at Lee Ji's house. Harry was naturally invited to join the Christmas celebration here, saving him from having Christmas dinner alone in Osborn's mansion. "Thank you for thinking of me," Harry said with some emotion. Now the three friends were sitting on the chairs in Lee Ji's room chatting. The Christmas dinner was over, and the adults were drinking and watching TV programs downstairs. "Don't be so polite, you know we are friends." Luigi waved his hand and said to Harry, "Yes, I was expecting you to give us a Christmas gift now that you have become the chairman of the Osborne Group." Peter smiled and put his arm on Harry's shoulder. It is a tradition for friends and family to give gifts to each other on Christmas. Luigi got gifts from his parents and grandfather, including a certain brand of chocolate that he personally likes, and several cooking books that are not easy to find on the market. Luigi also prepared gifts for his family and friends, including the members of the current team. He gave his parents 2 tickets to Hawaii, just in time for them to have their annual leave to go out and play. The gift for Grandpa was a gift box of pure crab roe from a big hotel that was brought back from Hong Kong. This kind of thing is really not available in the United States. The gifts for Zengchu and Peter were toys that were prepared from the beginning. They would like them. The gift for Mindy was a butterfly knife with a carved handle that she tried to carve and a customized Hint Girl bobblehead doll. The chess set made of rosewood was given to Mike, and a set of tools for repairing guns was given to Damon. The gift for Frank was a new Philips Super Close electric shaver. Luigi felt that Frank's beard had never been shaved clean. The gift for Harry was a ticket to Mary Jane's New Year's performance. Harry had been too obsessed with training and company matters recently and had neglected his girlfriend. Luigi used this way to remind him that there are many important things and people in this world. Don't immerse yourself in your father's hatred and sadness all day long. There are many beautiful things in this world. Of course, there are other people, including Gwen, Mary, Matt Murdock, etc. Luigi prepared gifts for them. Of course, Luigi also received many gifts from other people. People in this world are not alone. No matter how you live, don't trap yourself in a corner. Even a superhero still needs someone to share his happiness and sorrow. On the second day of Christmas, Luigi brought food to the base, where there were another group of important partners, and a chef was needed to prepare a Christmas dinner. When Mindy was playing with him, when Damon, Mike, and Frank were a little drunk, and when Zengchu and Peter were playing games. When everything was so peaceful, Luigi sincerely hoped that life would go on smoothly and everyone would be happy. Heavy snow fell in New York City. During the Christmas days, the whole of New York was decorated in white. The atmosphere of joy filled the city. No matter how cold it was on weekdays, it showed special warmth during this period. Everyone hopes that life will go on peacefully. Everyone? Maybe. Chapter 166. When the bell of the new year rang, the past year had been thrown into the trash along with the invalid calendar. At the beginning of the new year, everyone is looking forward to new life. People all over the world have the same wish at this moment. They hope that the future will be better and better. In the new year, the human world will become more and more wonderful. And human civilization may be about to step onto a new level. Because 2 great inventions across the century were announced on the first day of the new year. One is the civilianization of the arc energy module that Tony Stark has been brewing for a long time. After countless experiments, especially the trial and summary of Luigi and his team. After Spider-Man made some appropriate suggestions, it was submitted to Iron Man by Nightcrawler. Tony once again improved the civilian version of the energy module on the original basis. Finally, on the first day of the new year, Tony held a grand press conference at 9 a.m. Eastern Time in the United States. The civilianization of the arc reactor will be a day that changes human history. We will eventually change our destructive exploitation of the Earth. Tony's press conference speech was very ambitious. Luigi also got a ticket for this demonstration, and also asked for a ticket for Spider-Gwen. Because people of insight understand that after today, the history of human energy will be divided into 2 sections because of Tony's feat. The name of Stark Industries will be written in the history of all mankind. We will say goodbye to pollution, and the Earth will be better and safer. Tony was enthusiastic on the podium. A 10 cubic meter arc energy block can support the energy needs of a large company like the Stark Group building for a year. And it is efficient and pollution-free. We don't have to consider the hole in the ozone layer. We don't have to worry about our future descendants returning to the Stone Age due to lack of energy. And the arc reactor will solve all these troubles, and the lightweight arc reactor can also be used in various civilian machinery. Tony smiled with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Welcome everyone to the future in advance. I will introduce Stark Group's new product, the floating car. Luigi and Spider-Gwen watched Tony on the stage press the switch. A lift on the stage slowly lifted a streamlined sports car from under the stage. The golden red color is in line with Tony's usual flamboyant aesthetics. In addition to the beautiful shape, the most special thing about this car is that it actually has no wheels. It uses 4 suspended magnetic nozzles as energy output, and maintains an appropriate repulsive force against the Earth's magnetic field as the power of floating. In fact, this concept of car has been proposed a long time ago, but what no one can solve is how to provide a lasting and stable energy source for the magnetic reflector. Now this biggest problem has been solved, and it can be imagined that this is just the beginning. Human beings have countless wonderful ideas in science and technology, but they are all stuck in energy applications. Traditional fossil fuels are not burned fully, and the conversion ratio of energy provided is too low. It is a very bad energy source, and controlled nuclear fusion has always been a paper talk, and there has never been a real substantial breakthrough. And safety is a big problem, but at this moment Tony's invention will change the progress of human science and technology. The era of a big blowout in human science and technology is about to come. I heard that you helped Tony and Harry connect. Gwen asked Li Ji in a low voice while watching the speech on the stage. Yes, I think they can definitely join forces. For example, it's good as it is now. Li Ji also answered in a low voice, because there were reporters not far away. He didn't want to make a big news. So this matchmaking is crucial? Isn't Jason doing this to help Harry? Peter has never been very sensitive to business, so he has some doubts. Gwen was born in a wealthy family, and her father is a police chief who has a say in New York City. She has seen many political and business celebrities since she was a child, and she is still a little sensitive to business things, so she helped Peter explain. Business things are not that simple, Peter. You have to know that Stark's new energy has touched the cake of many people. Gwen explained to Peter in a low voice. Li Ji also nodded and said, yes, especially traditional petrochemical energy and competing new energy companies. This will even involve the entire world-class industrial layout. Tony wants to promote the promotion of new energy by himself, which will take a lot of time and effort. And he has to give up a considerable profit margin. Li Ji's explanation made Peter understand a little. So the competition between Osborn Group and Stark Group was because of this. Yes, but Jason quietly arranged the meeting between Tony and Harry, so that the two super companies reached a tacit understanding. Gwen continued to help explain. Harry gave up all the energy sales channels and did not hold Stark back. Instead, he quietly helped Stark Group deal with traditional energy companies. Although the two giants did not join forces openly, no one dared to stand in their way. Gwen's explanation made Peter understand how far-reaching the impact of the dinner arranged by Li Ji that day was. In a way, it is not an exaggeration to say that this meal changed the course of human technology. In Li Ji's memory, he remembered that Stark Group's new energy did help Tony save the stock price that fell due to the closure of the weapons department. But it did not set off waves around the world. I am afraid that a big reason is that there are too many shackles in various aspects. Capital is an animal that pursues profit. According to a certain saying in the previous life, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Tony's promotion of new energy must have been squeezed a lot in the original world line, and for the sake of sales channels, he even had to give up a lot of interests. But because of Li Ji's little hand gently moving, the whole world line has undergone earth-shaking changes. The secret meeting between Pepper and Harry reached an agreement that the Osborn Group gave up all energy sales channels in order to replace the sales channels of Stark Group's military industry and some mechanical manufacturing. It was precisely because of such a secret treaty that Tony had the confidence to hold a global press conference today. The combination of the two supergiants can completely ignore those traditional petrochemical groups. If they don't transform at that time, let them do whatever they want. And the explosive news on the first day of the new year is not just this. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the new president of the Osborn Group, the son of Norman Osborn, Harry Osborn, the new head of the Osborn Group who has always been very low-key, also held a global press conference. The topic of the release was a serum that could change the course of mankind. I have a dream. I hope that people in this world will no longer be tortured by illness. This is Harry's press conference. This time, not only Li Ji and his 3 friends came to attend, but also Harry's girlfriend Mary. The 4 of them sat in the front row, with the best view. In this place, you can still see the twinkling light in Harry's eyes. Humans are always tortured by illness, especially when they are disabled due to irresistible reasons, which is the most painful. Harry's speech was not as exciting as Tony's, but it was full of emotion. Osborn Group has always been committed to improving the medical environment for mankind. And today I am honored to announce to you. Harry's tone was raised. Except for a few people like Lee Ji who knew what was going to be released today, most reporters did not know what Osborn Group was going to release today. Because they had been baptized by Tony's new energy in the morning, many people thought that the press conference of the young head of Osborn Group would be a disaster today. After all, what news could be greater and more eye-catching than the invention that changed the progress of human science and technology? But today was destined to be a day that would make a group of people drop their jaws. Because Harry announced an incredible thing in a high-pitched mood. Everyone, a new era for mankind has arrived. Here I solemnly introduce to you a product that crosses the era. The Limb Regeneration Medical Program. After Harry's words fell, the whole audience fell silent. No one had figured out what this meant. However, the big screen behind Harry silently played the video of the Limb Regeneration Program. A person who originally had 2 disabled fingers actually began to grow new fingers. A child who originally had congenital atrial weakness began to have a strong heartbeat. The whole venue began to whisper in response to the picture. Like the sound of a tsunami coming from far away, the atmosphere of the entire venue was died at a certain moment. What does this limb regeneration represent? Humans will say goodbye to disability in the future. Even many congenital diseases and organ damage can be cured. Although it was mentioned later that this treatment is not harmless and will reduce a person's lifespan to a certain extent. But who cares about this kind of thing? You know how many people have received radiotherapy and chemotherapy in order to live a few more days with cancer. And at the cost of a few years of life, growing a broken leg will be a temptation that no one can refuse. At the same time, Harry also demonstrated a new bone assist system. This is for people with weaker vitality. At this moment, all the reporters in the audience went crazy. Today's 2 press conferences will be recorded in the history of mankind. Especially Harry's press conference, which is enough to write his name into the textbooks of human history. As his friends, Lee Ji and Peter were also sincerely happy for Harry. Especially Lee Ji. Now it is not in vain to match Harry and Tony that day. The company that manufactures intelligent mechanical equipment under the Stark Group is the company that manufactures the skeletal auxiliary system in Harry's hand. And this is a deal reached at Lee Ji's dinner that day. Harry got the arms sales channel and many production licenses of the Stark Group, which is enough to shut up all the old guys in the board of directors. And this press conference will accumulate huge popularity for him, especially in Lee Ji's previous proposal. Let Harry announce the plan to select 1,000 poor disabled people for free treatment. This made Harry kill countless films in seconds. It can be said that the news that night was very exciting. The whole world is like a tsunami that has erupted and swept the world. The whole world is discussing these 2 press conferences, and everyone is convinced that mankind will open a new page. When Lee Ji closed his computer and stopped browsing the news, he was excited. This was a great era, and he was a person who participated in this great era. Perhaps when people in the future look back on history, they will be surprised to find the beginning of this great era. It started from a dinner at a restaurant in Manhattan's Chinatown. Lee Ji felt proud to be able to participate in promoting the progress of this great era. He suddenly thought of the comic book company under his control that was about to publish the first issue of the comic book. Lee Ji picked up a pen and paper with some emotion and wrote the words Night Watchman in his diary. Chapter 167, Training with Iron Fist. Iron Fist has been very busy recently. As the son of a former CEO of a large enterprise, he is the only heir to the enterprise. However, because he went to the snowy mountains of China with his father to look for the legendary Kunlun, Iron Fist Daniel Rand disappeared from everyone's sight for nearly 10 years. Daniel's parents also died in the snowy mountains. Only Daniel was rescued by the people of Kunlun. He practiced in Kunlun for 10 years, passed the test of the dragon, and gained the power of the dragon. Now he has finally returned to the United States, back to the place that originally belonged to him. But he found that everything was different. Don't expect those capitalists to guard a large amount of property without taking a bite. The wealth that should have belonged to Daniel has been embezzled by a group of big crocodiles. Then he had to help Kunlun find the lost white tiger amulet, and then fought with Tigress. As a result, Nightwalker and his team were inexplicably attracted to intervene in this matter. In the end, he was inexplicably fooled by Nightwalker and had a big fight with a hand. Then he was injured again, and promised to give the white tiger amulet to Tigress. After finally recovering from his injuries, he hadn't been quiet for a few days when a group of guys called S.H.I.E.L.D. came to him. They wanted him to join an organization called the Avengers. Iron Fist's friend, Luke Cage, has agreed to join the organization because he heard that the monthly salary is very generous. Luke was not a good guy in his early years. He owed a lot of debts, many of which were favors that were difficult to repay. Now Luke has joined S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers program and is at least a formal employee. Iron Fist is still considering it, but he has something else to do today. He has promised Nightcrawler to have a good discussion with him about the use of ki. This is a very strange practitioner, and he can feel the majestic power in his body. But he can't master it well. His skills in using ki look very rough. Although he knows how to use it, it is obvious that he has not practiced it in a particularly systematic way. This made him waste a lot of unnecessary energy in the battle. So Li Ji and Iron Fist had a good communication as early as possible. Li Ji needs someone to show him the way, although Ancient One may be more powerful. But the last meeting made Li Ji feel creepy, and a little like seeing an old charlatan. This made Li Ji a little repulsive to Ancient One. Although Tiquan was not that strong, Li Ji trusted him a little more because of the last cooperation. Moreover, Tiquan himself had a very systematic training method. At least he could point out the way for Li Ji in many basic directions. The place where the two met was a community with not many residents. Tiquan seemed to live here temporarily. Rather than a residence, his place was more like a martial arts hall, including wooden man piles for practicing Wing Chun, sandbags for practicing punching, speedballs, and various weight-bearing equipment. Are these equipment useful to you now? Li Ji looked at these equipment with some confusion and asked Tiquan. Tiquan's body has been tempered to the limit of the average human body. Without mutation, Tiquan has reached the peak of human beings through training. He can easily carry a weight of 500 kilograms, and his force-generating skills ensure that the impact caused by his punch is more than 2 tons and close to 3 tons. His punch was faster than the fastest cobra among predators before it bit its prey. And this is not to mention that Tiquan himself has not yet used the dragon power in his body. If he uses his internal energy to push the dragon power to the limit, the destructive power will be even more amazing. Li Ji really doesn't understand what use these props are for Tiquan. Maybe ordinary people can become boxing champions with his training, but Tiquan can beat more than a dozen boxing champions without taking a breath. Don't let the appearance of things blind your eyes. Tiquan took Li Ji to an empty training room in the room. At Li Ji's feet was a stool facing the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. After entering the room, Tiquan first lit 3 sandalwood sticks on an incense burner in the corner. And he worshipped the 4 gods of the southeast, northwest and northeast. This feeling made Li Ji feel very strange, as if Tiquan was an authentic Chinese. And he looked more like a foreigner, although he had been assimilated a lot in the United States for so many years. Moreover, in his previous life in China, Li Ji, like most people, did not respect gods and Buddhas, nor did he respect the heaven and earth. But it was obvious that Tiquan was a person with awe in his heart. He sat cross-legged on the carpet after he finished worshipping. Don't you have anything in your heart that you fear? Tiquan looked at Li Ji and asked him as if he was looking at his actions just now in a strange way. Are you talking about gods or Buddhas? Li Ji really did not believe in gods. He did not believe in gods in his previous life, and he did not believe in gods in this life even more. Although he had seen the so-called demon gods, after he saw the so-called demon gods being killed by Gu Yi, it was proved that the so-called gods and demons were just a kind of powerful life form, not the omnipotent gods in the legend. It's not that simple. Tiquan shook his head, indicating that Li Ji's understanding was wrong. Have you ever thought about where your power comes from? Hey, it was given by the system? But where does the power of the system come from? This question was a bit profound, and Li Ji could only remain silent without answering. Tiquan did not expect Li Ji to have any answer. We practice, explore and increase our own strength. And in my opinion, all this is to explore the original secret of life. Li Ji felt that Tiquan was very much like a charlatan at this moment. Unlike other ways to gain power, practitioners only need to train hard to gain power. I have seen many such people in Kunlun, no matter how much they can gain. As long as there is effort, there will be rewards. Maybe everyone has different talents. But the law of self-healing never changes. The more you pay, the higher the reward. I defeated my nightmares and those snow mountain wolves in my practice, and passed the physical and mental limits. So I got the power I have now. Then what did you pay, Nightwalker? Taekwon's question made Li Ji a little stunned. What did you pay? Reputation? So what does reputation mean? Others' admiration for you? Or something else? Some questions that Li Ji had never thought about before, or even had no feelings about, emerged in his mind. Why did I get the system? Is it really a benefit for traversers? Then there is a question, why did I travel through time? Li Ji's head hurt a little. Who am I? In my previous life, I was a small clerk on Earth, and my specialty was cooking. Then, Li Ji's memory began to blur, and he seemed to have fallen into a maze of memories. All the things in his past life came like flowing water, and everything seemed like a dream or reality. Everything felt so strange, his parents in his past life, his friends. Why were their faces so blurry? But occasionally they would become very clear. Li Ji seemed to be trapped in the center of a black vortex, and the tide of memory and time kept washing over him. He was unable to grab anything that slipped away from his hands. Every time he wanted to grab something, he found that it was just a pile of bubbles. This feeling was extremely frustrating, as if life had lost its meaning. Li Ji stopped struggling. He was ready to wait for death here quietly, and let himself die in the long river of time. Just when Li Ji wanted to give up, a ball of blue flame suddenly descended here. Its light dispelled all the darkness, and the black tide that entangled Li Ji disappeared at this moment. Li Ji was wrapped in blue flames and stayed away from this dangerous maze of thoughts. Taekwon's questioning made Li Ji fall into contemplation for a long time, but it seemed like only a moment. When Li Ji woke up, he found Iron Fist smiling at him. What trick did you play just now? Why do I feel a little strange? Li Ji asked in confusion. Some specialties of Kunlun, it will make you face your most feared nightmare. As long as you can defeat it, it will be good for you. Iron Fist seemed to have good intentions. Are there no side effects? Li Ji asked. No, at most it will make you fall into coma, and wake up after a nightmare. Iron Fist shook his head and said. What is your nightmare? A blue-skinned alien. Li Ji frowned. This blue-skinned alien should be the Thanos in his previous life memory. He did dream about him just now. The blue-skinned alien went on a killing spree on Earth, and everyone died. Friends and family. Li Ji felt a little empty in the air. There were only a few fighters left, and we defeated him in the end. Was he really afraid of Thanos? It should be. Wasn't everything Thanos did exactly what he was worried about? The Earth was destroyed, and his family and friends died tragically in front of him, and he was powerless. The peaceful life was broken, but why did I feel that I was not very afraid of Thanos? Thanos is the most powerful person in the universe. There is no reason for me not to be afraid of him. Li Ji shook his head to drive out the strange thoughts in his mind. Eradicating nightmares can improve your spiritual strength. Iron Fist pointed to his forehead. But it seems that you lack systematic exercise, and you can't integrate the three elements of spirit, energy and spirit. Maybe we should start training from the most basic place. Iron Fist said, pointing to the fitness equipment outside. Are you sure it really works? Li Ji really didn't believe that these things could work on him. Follow my key and close all the valves in your body. I believe it will work. Iron Fist said with a smile, but why was the smile so weird? Li Ji followed Iron Fist's guidance and tried the so-called closing of the valves. When the upper, middle and lower Danshin valves were all closed, Li Ji staggered and almost couldn't stand steadily. An unprecedented feeling of weakness came. He was used to the energy in his body. But after all three valves were closed, he instantly became an ordinary person. This feeling is like the heaviness that a person feels when he just gets out of the water after swimming in a pool for an hour. Do you think these tools are useful now? Li Ji now understood Taekwon's smile, which was a gloating. Close the valve, don't open it actively, start training, and think about the power in your body. Let all the energy be exhaled and heated by your breath. This is the purpose of training. However, Taekwon still explained to Li Ji the reason for doing so. Well, in order to truly master the power in his body, Li Ji decided to trust Taekwon once. But starting from today, Nightwalker's training will definitely become more and more difficult. Chapter 168, the first issue of Night Watch. After the new year, Li Ji was very busy, and he was trained by Taekwon. Especially after the valve was closed, he relied on his senses and physical strength to fight, and was completely beaten by Taekwon. This was Taekwon telling Li Ji that his body could not keep up with his energy. And his mental thinking was too fast, which caused the internal energy to not keep up with his thinking. That's why Li Ji wasted a lot of his abilities in the battle. Because of this disharmony, Li Ji has never really exerted his abilities. For example, when fighting the beast at day, the last big sun Tathagata seal, the giant palm formed by the majestic internal energy. Li Ji only used at that time, and no matter how he tried afterwards, he never launched such a powerful attack. The Purple Thunder 9 strikes look powerful, but that's because Li Ji cheated. He used the arc created by the electric blade of the technology equipment to replace the Purple Thunder power in his body. If he relied on his own half-baked, without fully mastering the level of strength, this sword technique would not be able to exert much power in his hands. So Li Ji had to train with Tiquan even if he was beaten like a dog. Especially Iron Fist can help him supplement some metaphysical knowledge. Although Kunlun is not famous for metaphysics, he still knows a little about the most basic things. Li Ji also received various metaphysical books bought from China, but they are all obscure contents. He can't understand them even if he buys them, and it's better to learn more from Iron Fist. But Iron Fist also said that he doesn't know much. If you really want to learn, the Supreme Mage is the authority in this field. There are many important books in the library of Kamartaki, and those mages must learn and master metaphysics and secret arts before they can really release magic. This made Li Ji think that maybe he should go to Kamartaki again next time. Anyway, with the means of these mages, it only takes a few seconds to go from New York to the Himalayas. And Guyi said that Kamartaki has always been open to him. To be honest, let's not talk about other magic. The magic of shuttle space, and the mirror space magic that does not affect the real world. Li Ji is very interested in learning. These two magics are too practical. Although Guyi said that he had no talent for magic, Li Ji still wanted to try and maybe he could learn these two kinds of magic. In addition to training with Iron Fist, Li Ji continued to train Harry. If Li Ji was abused like a dog by Iron Fist, then Harry was abused even worse than a dog by Li Ji. However, Harry's progress in this training was also rapid. Because of his super physical fitness and reaction, Harry's combat ability is getting stronger and stronger. The only thing he lacks now is combat experience. Li Ji decided to find a time to bring Harry into the team. Let him do some simple tasks first to accumulate experience. The company that Li Ji persuaded everyone to create, Marvel, has finally started to get on track after nearly 1.5 months of operation. The daily management of the company is watched by professional managers, who are not responsible for creativity and review. They simply specify the company's business direction and future plans. The administrative department and the creative department responsible for comics are managed separately by Li Ji. This gives painters and screenwriters more space and more inspiration. As long as there is a senior editor-in-chief to control everything and prevent the comics from deviating, it will be fine. Marvel's first issue is about to be published, and the company is launching a full-scale publicity offensive. After all, the main selling point of the company is the real story of real heroes. No one has ever heard of the company. So for the promotion of the first issue, Li Ji agreed to the manager's request. He spent $800,000 as the publicity fee, which seems to be a lot. But when it is really released, it is found that it will not make much waves. But the only good news is that all sales channels have been opened. The first issue of the comics will appear on the shelves of various newsstands in New York City. In order to get a good start, the painters in the company also began to promote it. In this era of self-media, sometimes a person's appeal is no less than that of professional TV advertisements. Many painters have already become well known on the internet, or have opened their own painting studios. Even more, many people have opened their own comics on some personal websites. These people already have a group of die-hard fans, and their random appeal may have thousands or even tens of thousands of people following them. For example, a female painter who has decided to go to work at Marvel directly after graduating from high school. She has now signed a free clause with the company, which takes into account the fact that she is still in school. This female painter with a pen name Pure White also participated in the drawing of the first issue. On the website where she serializes her personal comics, her fans are going crazy. Is Chunbei leaving us? Is she going to switch to the Pure Hero Comics world? A netizen left a message. No. This is my last Pure Land, Chunbei can't leave here. This is another hysterical fan. Because of Chunbei's comics, I feel the beauty of love. I hope Chunbei can draw better comics. This is a strange netizen. More chapters, Chunbei. You can't abandon us just because you're drawing hero comics. This is a netizen who asks for more chapters. Support Chunbei, you have to spread our spirit everywhere. This netizen, can you explain clearly what your spirit is? AI Wei, who goes by the pseudonym Chunbei, naturally has to respond to so many netizens who care about and support her. She solemnly stated that she will not stop creating on the website. Because the company has obtained the copyrights of many heroes, she will continue to create more hero themes in the future. And she said that it is a pity that the company currently only has the copyright of the female hero Behu. I really hope that if there is one more female hero, it will be easier to create more themes. This Chunbei, can you please tell me what you want to create? When Ivy said that she would promote it on her personal website, Li Ji had a bad feeling. When Li Ji opened the website, he was shocked by the full screen of messages. Chunbei has a lot of appeal in this circle. Many people said that they would support the new comic just for Chunbei. This is good news for Li Ji. But Ivy, what the hell is written in your thanks? In order to express gratitude to the netizens who have always supported her, the artist Chunbei decided to publish a new version of her work on the website this month. The hero lineup is more powerful, the plot is more twists and turns, and the painting style is more delicate. Hey, why are there double quotes around delicate? What on earth do you want to do? Li Ji suddenly felt that calling Ivy into the company was the most wrong decision. But now things are irreversible. Although Li Ji does not have spider sense. But his intuition also tells him that this Chunbei might publish something incredible at the end of the month. And there might be a large number of victims. Should I stop her? Oh, my head hurts. No matter how Li Ji struggled, the company's first issue of comics was finally published. The comics in bright red packaging appeared in newsstands on the streets of New York at the first time. The background of the cover of the first issue was a comic version of Nightwalker's battle on the viaduct. Nightwalker only had a back view in the audience's perspective, and in front of him were countless vampires with fangs and claws. Although there were many monsters on the road, they were all killed by Nightwalker. Blood and corpses covered the viaduct. Although there was only one person, he was like a huge army. Many vampires did not dare to approach under his pressure. This cover highlighted the momentum of I will go forward even if there are thousands of people. The whole cover looks very impactful. On the title page of this comic is a collection of paintings of Nightwalker and other heroes. There is also the inaugural words written by Li Ji, which were written under the influence of the two press conferences. This is a great era. The future of mankind will definitely become better, but there will always be darkness before the beauty comes. Let some people guard the coming of dawn in the darkness. Some guard in the light, some guard in the darkness. Let the blood of the warriors mix with the most choking liquor, and mix them together to form the prelude of this great era. The long night is coming, and I will start to watch from now on, and I will not stop until I die. I will not retreat, I will not despair, and I will firmly believe in the dawn of victory. I will not wear a crown, and I will not fight for honor. I will be loyal to my duty, and live and die here. I am a sword in the darkness, a guard before dawn. I am the flame that resists the cold, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, and the shield that protects mortals. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, tonight, and every night. I am the Night's Watch, we are the Night's Watch. Chapter 169 Two Loving Brothers. Asgard is the upper latitude among the 9 worlds. It is protected by the power of the gods, and it is difficult for people to reach here without permission. Odin, the father of the gods, is the ruler of this divine domain and one of the strongest people in the 9 worlds. Asgard is a very beautiful divine domain, which is located in a vast space. Supported by a huge land, the river water here is sweet and can brew the best wine. The fruit trees here can grow the best fruits and squeeze out the sweetest juice. There are cheerful elves singing constantly, singing the greatness and glory of Asgard. And the glory and undefeated record of Odin, the father of the gods. In addition to the gods of Asgard, only a few of the most devout believers can get the guidance of the gods when their lives come to an end. Let their souls come to this pure land and live in the kingdom of the gods. Of course, the gods are not immortal, they will also grow old and die. But the gods of Asgard generally have a long life of up to 5,000 years. This almost means immortality for mortals. The classical civilization era that modern humans began is only a few thousand years old. Odin has experienced many storms in his life. He has witnessed the monstrous disaster of the earth serpent. He has also experienced a battle of the fall of the gods. From the boundless believers back then, to the few believers now. Even the war against the dark elves and the frost giants did not shake Odin. But today his expression is very solemn, because a person from the courtyard has come. And he also brought not very good news. Ancient One, what did you see through the orb of Agamotto? In the secret room of Odin's palace, Odin's tone was not very good. I hope to see something, but I don't see anything. Ancient One's tone was just as heavy. Agamotto's orb can peek into the multiverse and various dimensions, and warn of the invasion of major threats. Odin's tone was a little unbelievable. Although I am not the supreme sorcerer and cannot use this orb, I know how powerful it is. Why do you say you can't see anything? So this is what I am worried about. I can't see anything from the orb. The world is dark. My power is declining, Odin. Ancient One said to Odin. I am not like you. The body of a mortal has a lifespan limit. I hope that I can't see anything because my strength is not enough to support the use of Agamotto's orb. Don't talk nonsense, Ancient One. You are not so weak that you need to rely on others to walk. You are still the strongest human in Midgard. Odin patted Ancient One's shoulder, just like the Vikings' common way of showing affection. We have known each other for more than 300 years. We have known each other since you killed that stupid demon and threw his body into the universe. You are the only person in Midgard, Midgard means Earth, that I recognize. Maybe I can help you find a fountain of immortality. Odin said seriously. And then do I need to lose one eye like you? Ancient One made a rare joke. This refers to the fact that Odin gained endless knowledge at the cost of one eye. That was a story from a long time ago. Odin shook his head. Are you still unwilling to listen to my advice? Odin, I have lived too long, and it is enough to be immortal. The only thing I am worried about is the darkness that cannot be seen. The Ancient One once again brought the topic back to the orb of Agamotto. We should be prepared. If we start preparing now, it should not be too late. The Ancient One said seriously. Do you think it is a sign of Ragnarok? A name that frightened him flashed through Odin's well-read brain. The ancient gods created the world, but now we can't find any trace of the ancient gods. Did they experience the Ragnarok event? Odin frowned, and his majestic beard trembled up and down as his mouth opened and closed. I don't know. No one has lived through Ragnarok. Every legendary Ragnarok is a restart of the universe because the balance is destroyed. The Ancient One had also read those classics before, so he said it. No god can survive Ragnarok, and even the mortal world will be affected and destroyed. Only 2 or 3 weak sparks of civilization will remain in the universe, waiting to sprout again. Ancient One said to Odin in an admonishing tone. Odin, father of the gods of Asgard, we don't know how far Ragnarok is from us, but you should train a successor. Perhaps when your divine power begins to fade, and Asgard has no new king, Ragnarok will truly begin. Ancient One's words made Odin frown. He had long wanted to train a true successor, but the 2 princes at present were not very suitable for his wishes. Especially his own child, Thor, the god of storms and thunder. He is already very old, but still as naughty as a child. Whenever Odin thought about entrusting the future of Asgard to this person, he would be scared and have nightmares at night. Because he simply dared not think about the future of Asgard. So Odin is still sealing Thor's divine power and not letting his true ability fully show. Even the prepared artifact Janamirni, Mjolnir, was not given to Thor. Because Thor has not grown up to the point where he can shoulder his own responsibilities. Thinking of this, Odin couldn't help but say to the Ancient One. Ancient One, maybe there is something I need to trouble you about Thor. The Ancient One looked at Odin. Thor is too arrogant, and the king needs to learn humility and appropriate tolerance. Odin felt that his education was a failure when he talked about Thor. I want him to really learn humility, and I think you may be able to help. In a tavern called Warrior's Glory in Asgard, Thor was bragging and farting with his followers. He had no idea that a re-education plan for him was about to begin. He was now enthusiastically telling about the last battle he had on a remote planet. It was a corner at the edge of the universe, and there were actually followers of Thor, the god of thunder, there, which made Thor very happy. He didn't care how far the place was from Asgard. He drove the solar boat to that planet and helped the people there solve the crisis. There is a giant snake entwined in the sea. I bet it is several thousand meters long. Thor had drunk a lot of malt liquor. The strong alcohol stimulated his brain and made him excited. He boasted to the drinkers around him. Those pirates can drive away the big snake and help them do evil. The town that was attacked has my believers. The reputation of the god of thunder has resounded to the edge of the universe. The drinkers around him agreed with Thor's words. This made Thor even more complacent. His complacent expression really made people feel uncomfortable. A god of thunder who can't really master thunder can only rely on the occasional divine power to hold the scene. This mocking remark was very low, and only people who were very close could hear it. Coincidentally, Thor was the one who was very close. He heard it and moved his lips, but he still didn't curse. Because the person who said this was his younger brother Loki. Unlike his brother Thor, who was strong and full of masculine charm, Loki looked more gentle and beautiful. It was obvious that he was not the kind of person who made a living by muscle strength. For example, it was Loki who helped Thor steal the solar boat. Otherwise, with Thor's brute force, he would have been captured by Odin before he reached the remote planet. I fought with those pirates for a whole day and finally slaughtered all of them, including the giant snake. The blood dyed the whole bay red. Thor pretended not to hear Loki's words and continued to brag. After that, there was a grand celebration. The people there held a grand dinner for me. There were the best food, the best wine, and the most charming girls. I let them know how right it is to believe in the gods of Asgard. We don't ask for more rewards, as long as our reputation is spread. The drinkers were cheered by Thor's words, and some shouted for the merciful Thor. But Loki curled his lips. So you ate 3 times more delicacies than the pirates asked for, and slept with almost half of the women in the town. I remember that the pirates didn't ask them to contribute women. You are really a kind god of thunder. Loki's words were full of sarcasm. He went to the same planet with Thor, and he knew what Thor did. Do you want to fight? Thor finally couldn't stand Loki's sarcasm. He roared wildly and even pulled out his battle axe. It seemed that he was going to have a love-hate drama between brothers. Is your brain full of biceps? Loki looked at the furious Thor speechlessly. You only use violence to solve all problems. Don't talk about other things. The gods of Asgard never refuse challenges. Thor's roar made Loki realize. His brother's brain is indeed full of muscles, and the part of the brain is probably very small. Although he has been brothers for so many years, he should have understood this a long time ago. If the future king of Asgard is like this, then this kingdom of God may have no future. Well, I have to think of an explanation to calm my brother's anger, just like I have always done. The simple-minded Thor is no match for the resourceful Loki. But this time, before Loki can figure out how to calm Thor's anger, Odin's messenger has arrived, and Odin asked Thor and Loki to rush to the palace now. There are important things that need them to go and deal with. Thor and Loki don't quite understand what important thing Odin wants to talk to them about. But Loki, who was far away on Earth, suddenly sneezed, and he had a bad premonition. It seems that he has gained more and more spider sense recently. Loki silently looked at the gloomy weather over New York, as if a thunderstorm was about to brew. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Being Blamed. The sales of the comic company's first issue, Night Watch, were very gratifying. The first print run of 50,000 copies of the comic was sold out in just 1 week. And major newsstands called one after another to request more copies, which was a very gratifying achievement for a new comic magazine. Because of the good sales momentum, even traditional comic book stores began to place orders. This is a good thing. You know, Loki's company did not open up sales channels to those comic book stores before. Now it seems that all the physical sales channels in New York have expressed great interest in this new comic magazine, especially for the gimmick of this comic. The concept of the real story of a real hero is full of expectations, which is a copyright that is worth operating IP. In the process of selling comics, something very interesting happened, that is, many young women bought this comic magazine with superheroes as the main content. This is a relatively rare thing. You know, in European and American comics, although there are a certain number of female readers who like muscular superhero comics. However, the readership of this kind of comics is always mostly young men, and this time there are so many women buying hero-type comics, which is indeed a small news. This is all thanks to the appeal of a certain fan artist on the internet, which has attracted many fans to buy this comic. The new semester is about to start, and Loki will also usher in the last period of his student's life. Before he could feel any nostalgia, Loki received another summons from Ancient One. This summons seemed more formal and polite, Not as simple and rough as the last time when a wizard was sent directly to say that Ancient One wanted to see you. Li Ji first received an email, which was sent by the guardian wizard of the New York sanctuary. The general idea was that Ancient One hoped to meet Li Ji again, and at the same time might need Li Ji's help to do something. The letter was written very tactfully and politely, indicating that Li Ji could not come if he did not have time. Li Ji thought for a long time and decided to take time to go to the New York sanctuary, showing the wizard ring that Ancient One gave him last time as a token of love. The wizard in New York opened the portal and sent Li Ji to Kamartaki. Although Li Ji had been here once, the strange buildings in Kamartaki were still pleasing to the eye. I obey your call. What advice do you have, Master Guyi? Li Ji met Guyi again in the room where he met Guyi last time. Unlike the last time, the two met alone, but now there are two more people in the room. A strong man with long golden hair, he looks very majestic, and his body is as perfect as the statues of gods carved by ancient Greek sculptors. But it seems that this man is a bit depressed sitting on the carpet, and he looks like he has no manners. The other thinner man is handsome in a different way. He looks very graceful, and even a simple cross-legged sitting shows a posture. It seems that he has a profound family education, and even looks like he is from an aristocratic family. Guyi looked at the two brothers in his hall who looked completely different, and he couldn't help but have a slight headache. He didn't know why he agreed to Odin's help in re-educating Thor. Look at the demeanor of the god of thunder, he is completely a Nordic Viking pirate. There was no air of a future king of Asgard. On the contrary, his brother Loki was elegantly flipping through the magic books of Kamartaki. In the eyes of Guyi, Loki had more of the bearing and pomp that a superior should have, and of course wisdom. Li Ji's arrival finally interrupted Guyi's thoughts. He stared at Li Ji for a while. Li Ji was a little creepy before he spoke. Nightwalker, I invited you here today because I need your help. Huh? Guyi wants my help. It's not about protecting the earth, right? I can't afford this burden now. Li Ji thought of the last time he met Guyi. At that time, Guyi was like an old charlatan who sold the Buddha's palm for $10. So Li Ji spoke without thinking. If it's about saving the earth or something, I don't think I can do it. Li Ji's words attracted the attention of the two brothers over there. Loki put down the book in his hand and looked up at Li Ji, but didn't say anything. Thor looked at Li Ji and snorted with some disdain. Li Ji looked at the two men and felt familiar. It seemed that he had seen such a brother configuration somewhere before, but he did not recognize them at once. Guyi shook his head after listening to Li Ji's words, indicating that he did not ask Li Ji to do this. He pointed at the two brothers and said, "These are the two princes of Asgard. Asgard is a kingdom of God in the sky." Guyi briefly told this story about Asgard, so we don't need to elaborate too much here. And Guyi also roughly explained the origins of the two brothers. One is Thor, the god of thunder and storm, the eldest prince of Asgard. The other is Loki, the god of mischief and lies, the little prince of Asgard. Li Ji slapped his head. No wonder he felt so familiar. It turned out to be Loki and Thor. However, Li Ji remembered that Loki seemed to be a villain, and Thor would become an avenger in the future. And it seemed that Thor's time of coming to the earth was wrong, and he was stripped of his divine power by Odin and thrown down to the earth alone. Why is Loki here now? Is there a deviation in this timeline again? And why did these two brothers come to the mortal world to find me? I am not one of the gods of Asgard. So, Master Ancient One, what do you mean? Li Ji did not quite understand what Ancient One was going to do. Odin hopes that Thor can learn humility and tolerance in the mortal world. Ancient One explained. So Thor will live in the mortal world for a period of time as immortal, and understand what humility is in this society in the way of ordinary people. Ancient One's words did not avoid Thor's meaning at all, which made Thor even more unhappy after hearing it. But Loki's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he opened a magic book again and continued to read. And Loki will be Thor's guardian during this period of life in the mortal world. Ancient One pointed at Loki who was reading and said, "So why are you looking for me?" Li Ji suddenly had a bad intuition in his heart. Anyway, as long as he had a bad feeling recently, it would definitely come true. It was even more sensitive than spider sense. I hope that during this period of time, Thor can learn how to live a normal life in the mortal world by your side and experience the joys and sorrows of the world. Ancient One's smile made Li Ji feel as if he had gotten into some big trouble. Li Ji glanced at Thor who was sulking there. He looked like he didn't want anyone to approach him. He looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. And Loki, who looked harmless and was reading elegantly, Li-Ji knew that this elegant man was not as easy to get along with as he looked. Ancient One said with a narrowed eye and a smile. Nightwalker, I think you are a very suitable candidate. What do you think? I think it's extremely unsuitable. Okay. Are you trying to pass the buck, Ancient One? You must be passing the buck. Is this retribution for me passing the buck to Hydra? Sure enough, everyone will become a scapegoat one day. Looking at the two brothers who were not easy to get along with, Li-Ji felt very disappointed. Chapter 171 Two Burdens. In essence, I refuse to be a wizard. Li-Ji almost refused Guyu without thinking. Neither of these two brothers is easy to deal with. Thor has a hot temper and a sledgehammer that helps him do evil. And Loki is full of bad water, and he may not know that he has been sold out by him. Although it is possible that Loki in this timeline has not done anything bad, Li-Ji is still worried about Loki. After all, he was too deeply influenced by the plot of the movie in his previous life. Isn't it troublesome to keep these two brothers around? What about helping Thor find a normal life for mortals and then learn humility? This is definitely a super troublesome problem. Nightwalker, you are the first person in so many years to refuse the request of the Supreme Sorcerer. Guyu's smile is still very kind, but why does Li-Ji feel goosebumps all over? Is this a threat? This is a complete threat. Now if soft doesn't work, we have to use hard methods. At this time, Loki shook his head, put down the magic book in his hand, walked into Li-Ji and said, "We won't cause you any trouble, mainly for my brother's sake. And his power has been sealed by Odin, and now he is just a mortal, so you don't need to worry about his bad temper causing any trouble." Loki's words were true. Odin had indeed sealed Thor's power this time. He was just a normal man with a relatively strong body, and perhaps he had some fighting skills. But most of his abilities were based on his own power, and Thor now was probably so powerful that even the Punisher could abuse him at will in a one-on-one fight. But how can I believe you? Li-Ji looked at Loki and said, "You are the god of mischief and lies, and I don't think the words of a god who controls lies are credible." Li-Ji had a deep prejudice against Loki. Loki didn't say anything. He took the ornately crafted one-handed sword that he wore on his waist in his hand. Although the sword was covered by the scabbard, Li-Ji could still feel a very slight energy fluctuation. This energy was unfamiliar to Li-Ji, and it was not any power he had ever come into contact with before. Maybe this was the power of Asgard? This is the Sword of Truth, the Sword of Truth, the sword worn by the god of eternal glory in Norse mythology. When I wear this sword, I will not be able to tell lies. Everything I say is witnessed by the Sword of Truth. Loki's words made Li-Ji a little unbelievable. I can guarantee that Loki is not lying. Guyu saw Li-Ji's doubts and helped Loki. Well, it seems that the current Loki is not the bad Loki later. Li-Ji thought so. Because in memory, Loki's weapon should be a scepter, not a sword. It seems that the timeline has been changed again. This sword can break all lies, illusions and tricks, including the fact that I can see your handsome little face now. Loki's smile and words made Li-Ji shudder. It's nothing to be seen through by Guyu, but now Loki has seen through it. Although he used a magic weapon, Li-Ji really hates this damn magic weapon now. One day I have to get a magic weapon, damn it. Why do I feel like there are so many artifacts in this world? It's okay to have the thunder hammer, but now there's the Sword of Truth. Loki walked around behind Li-Ji and handed the hilt of the Sword of Truth to him. Hold it and you'll know the power of this sword. You can try to use the most gorgeous words to praise my brother. Li-Ji held the hilt of the sword with some doubt. He didn't think Loki could do anything in front of Ancient One. Let me think about it. Li-Ji looked at Thor, who was sitting on the ground with no posture at all, and racked his brains to come up with some words of praise. Thor looks like a bull whose estrus was interrupted, crawling on the floor in an ugly way, looking depressed. He looks like an abandoned toy, which makes people feel pitiful, but also feels that he deserves it. Wait. What did I just say? I should have praised Thor. How did it become a humiliation? Although those were indeed the thoughts I just thought in my mind, how could I express these words? Li-Ji was surprised by the power of the sword. It seemed that he could not lie when holding it. Li-Ji turned back in surprise and wanted to look at Loki, but Loki put away the Sword of Truth before Li-Ji turned back. He did not let Li-Ji see himself holding the Sword of Truth. Do you believe it now? I cannot resist Odin's magic power. He gave me the Sword of Truth. Whether I hold it or not, the power of the Sword of Truth will work on me. Loki shrugged his shoulders and reminded Li-Ji at the same time. But you are not surprised now. There is an angry big man behind you. I think you should deal with him first. Well, Loki forgot that his words just now angered Thor. With Thor's character, how could he accept such humiliation, especially the humiliation of a person from Midgard? Mortal, draw your weapon. Odin's son, the god of thunder, Thor officially challenges you. Thor waved an axe and howled to challenge Loki. Loki felt that if it was a cartoon now, he should add a few black lines on his head. Well, Thor, who is now immortal, is just a weakling. Loki can easily get rid of him. But this guy is really too resilient. After Loki knocked Thor away for the 20th time, he stood up again and roared with an axe. Guyu watched all this with a smile. Odin's child really needs more education. It was half an hour later when Thor's body finally couldn't stand up due to fatigue. So you saw the wizard. I really can't help you if Thor fights with me every day. Loki didn't dare to seriously injure Thor, so that Odin would not hunt him down at that time, so the fight with Thor was also extremely painful. Don't worry, I am Thor's guardian in the mortal world. Odin's decree is in my hand. I can make Thor not trouble you. Loki floated to Loki's side and said faintly. Loki crossed his hands, and a sheepskin scroll appeared in his hands, and he also silently recited the spell of Asgard. Thor was obviously affected by the spell. Although he was a little angry, he no longer stared at Loki with a ferocious look. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Loki now felt that he and Thor had just been fooled. Because you didn't ask me, I thought you were educating my beloved brother. Loki explained with an innocent expression. Well, although Loki can't become the god of lies with this sort of truth, he is still not easy to mess with. I heard that you are looking for metaphysical knowledge, Nightwalker. Ancient One said after seeing enough of the farce. Taki has enough books on metaphysical knowledge, and even many proficient teachers. If you accept this task, I can even teach you metaphysics and secret arts, even magic. Is this a big stick and a sweet date? But it seems to be a loss. Master, you once said that the door of knowledge in Taki is always open to me. Nightwalker, this is one time, and that is another time. Huh? Loki took a deep breath and resisted the urge to curse. Loki, don't forget to take away the electronic products in your room. The outside world is not like Taki. There are not Wi-Fi everywhere. You need to pay for mobile phone data to surf the internet. When Loki was about to take the two brothers to Taki, Guyu finally reminded them. Loki seemed to have prepared quite a lot of things, including 2 large suitcases. He was also equipped with many trendy electronic devices, such as the latest mobile phones, personal tablets and smartwatches. He was also dressed very fashionably, attracting many girls' attention when walking on the street. Now that Loki had been seen through, he simply took the two brothers to his comic company with his true face. Otherwise, he really had no place to accommodate the two brothers. Fortunately, there were enough rooms in the big villa, and it was no problem to prepare 2 rooms for the two brothers as temporary residents. Some of his employees also lived directly in the villa. Wow, boss, are these our new employees? The female receptionist at the front desk of the comic company looked at the two brothers of different styles with green eyes. This is the new office assistant. Loki nodded and pointed at Loki. This is the new security guard and handyman. This refers to Thor. Loki seemed to have done some homework with the Ancient One and knew what the Earth was like now. But Thor looked like he didn't want to understand it all. He laughed at human technology as a pitiful trick. During this journey, Loki's good impression of Thor had dropped to the freezing point. I didn't think so when I watched the movie before, but now I know how arrogant Thor is after real contact. And it was his arrogance that caused Odin to hesitate about his leadership of Asgard. That's why he was deprived of his divine power and sent to the mortal world to let him learn how a normal person should live, instead of thinking about how to fight. Now it seems that Thor has not understood Odin's painstaking efforts. He just thinks that being demoted to the mortal world is Odin's punishment for him. As for why he was punished, well, there seem to be many reasons. For example, he stole the solar boat and went to a strange planet to fight the local indigenous demons without Odin's permission. For example, he flirted with a waitress in a tavern on a certain planet, which eventually caused a conflict and killed a local minor god. Or because he stole the wine brewed by some giants, it led to war or something. Anyway, there are so many trivial matters that Thor doesn't care why Odin punishes him. The only thing he cares about now is how long the sentence is. He is still looking forward to returning to Asgard to fight the enemy. Thor is no different from a salted fish when he can't fight. And he probably doesn't understand how a guy with a lot of resentment in his heart is going to retaliate against him. When Loki and Loki reached an agreement and prepared to teach a certain Thor a lesson, Thor felt a chill on his body. The body of a mortal is too weak to even endure this little bit of cold. Chapter 172, An Angry Man. Yesterday's chapter number was typo-ed as chapter number 31 for chapter 32. Please forgive me. The daily mortal life of the two brothers Thor and Loki began as employees of Loki's comic company. Loki learned a lot of mortal knowledge from Ancient One. He was also quite smart, and could learn all kinds of electronic products quickly. He also seemed to enjoy chatting with people on the internet. He would browse Facebook and play mobile games. Loki arranged a position for him as an office assistant, mainly helping with some photocopying and typing work in the company. Loki's current performance was completely different from what Loki remembered. He seemed to be easy to communicate with, and he didn't seem to be jealous of his brother Thor. Although Loki couldn't lie because of the sort of truth, he was really too smart. Although lies and flattery were necessary components in interpersonal communication, the naked truth would always be rejected by others in this society, but Loki seemed to have very good speech skills. Even some words that might cause displeasure to others could still make people feel happy after being packaged by him. For example, a middle-aged artist in the company has a big belly after middle age because of long-term sitting work and lack of exercise. He is not very good looking and is not good at communicating with others. He is a marginal figure in the company. He has no good relationship with anyone, and can only be regarded as a simple colleague. But he likes Loki, who has just joined the company, because the first sentence Loki said when he saw him made him feel very comfortable. "You look reminds me of Volstagg, sir," Loki said. "Who is that?" "A warrior in Norse mythology." Loki did not tell the artist that Volstagg was also a fat man, and he had a bad temper like him. Few people praised the image of this artist, especially comparing him to a legendary god, although it was a bit exaggerated, but he liked it. Look, Loki won a person's basic goodwill with a simple partial truth. Although he has only been in the company for a few days, many people have regarded him as the most popular person in the company. Many female employees in the company left Loki their phone numbers and expressed their willingness to go on a date with Loki in a bar or cafe, and then something happened. "Oh, sorry, I still have to watch my silly brother to prevent him from getting into any unnecessary trouble." Loki once again rejected a woman's invitation, and the reason was Thor. Well, compared to his smart and popular brother, what the God of Thunder did was simply speechless. For example, he liked to get drunk every day. I heard that this was Thor's hobby. The God of Thunder was extremely fond of wine. But he used to be a god, so he would never get drunk no matter how much he drank, but now he is immortal. After a bottle of strong liquor, he doesn't have to get up all day. After that, he quarreled with employees for no reason, because his job was a handyman and security guard. In short, he had to do all the sweeping and mopping in the company. Please, when has Thor ever done such a thing? No, absolutely not. I am the God of Thunder, and it is impossible for me to clean the toilets for a group of mortals. In Loki's office, Thor roared angrily. "This is work, Thor. Don't forget that you are under my command now." Loki didn't care about Thor's roar at all. Thor has caused him a lot of trouble in recent days. "And I found that you haven't even washed the mop recently. You know, a good cleaner should put all the tools away neatly. You are humiliating the gods. This kind of work is done by those incompetent women. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this." Thor was holding a mop in his hand and shouting excitedly. Fortunately, the sound insulation of the office is relatively good, and people outside don't know what happened inside. "I found that you have a shortcoming, some discrimination against women. Are there female warriors in Asgard, Loki?" Loki asked Loki, who was sitting aside playing mobile games. "There are many, such as Valkyries, such as Sif, and female shield guards." Loki answered without raising his head. "You were not beaten to death by those goddesses in Asgard? It's incredible." Loki never knew that Thor had a discriminatory or overly patriarchal personality. "Of course, I am the son of Odin, and the goddesses of Asgard all worship me." Loki didn't believe a word of Thor's words. Thor has been judged as one of the most unpopular male gods in Asgard for many years. He can only go to other planets to hook up with female believers who don't know the truth. Loki mercilessly undermined his brother. It turned out that Thor not only told lies, but was also a scumbag who fucked his fans. It seems that Thor is far from the Thor who dared to take responsibility in the Avengers. Now he is more like a blindly arrogant and proud prince. No wonder Odin has not given Thor the hammer to use until now. I'm afraid that if he gives it to him now, Thor will get into a bigger mess. In view of this, Loki decided to let Thor do more work to let him understand his mistakes. In this case, when no one is around at night, Thor, you will clean all the women's toilets. Loki's words made Thor furious. You are insulting my godhood. Thor is going to challenge you, a mortal. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Thor's battle axe had been taken away by Loki a long time ago. Now he could only hold his work tools, a mop bought from IKEA, and pointed it at Loki. Is this a mop for mopping the toilet? Thor, you should learn to manage hygiene better. Loki said with some disdain. Loki, control your brother's emotions. This matter was directly handed over to Loki. Loki said that he understood, and directly summoned the decree given by Odin, chanting a complicated spell. Thor and Loki could not resist Odin's power. After all, he was the father of the gods. Thor could only look at Loki and Loki unwillingly. When I recover my divine power, I will make you pay the price, mortal. If you continue like this, I'm afraid there will be no day to recover your divine power. Thor, go to work well, and learn how to make money first. Loki pointed outside the door, indicating that Thor could leave first. Don't forget, you not only don't have divine power, but you don't have the dollar on you. Last time you stole our manager's whiskey, which was worth $80, but you didn't have a dime to pay for it. I can only deduct it from your salary that you haven't received yet. After you understand the meaning of ordinary work, think about whether you will regain your divine power one day. Loki finally drove Thor out of his office and told him to go and clean the toilet. Can you advance me some dollars first? After Thor left, Loki said, I need to buy something. Is it important? Loki asked. Not very important, but very interesting. I saw a silver necklace with the breath of the god of Asgard, and it costs $10. Loki frowned and said, maybe it's something that a god accidentally left in this world, and I want to take it back. He didn't want to reveal this information, but because of the sword of truth, he couldn't lie, so he had to tell the truth. Okay, $10 can buy a silver necklace used by a god? Here's $20. Loki took out $20 in cash from his wallet and handed it to Loki. Keep an eye on your brother. I will be temporarily away from the company this afternoon. I don't want to come back and find that all the bathrooms in our house have been blown up by Thor. Loki has made an appointment with Katie to visit her school. It is said that this is an open day. Most students will invite their friends and family to participate. However, Katie's parents seem to be very busy at work, and the school is in the suburbs of New York. It takes too long to go there, so she has to give up. After all, her parents are just ordinary workers. It is difficult to ask for leave during working hours. After all, it is difficult to find a job now. If you don't work hard, you will lose your job at any time. On the way to the Genius School, billboards of Stark Industries are everywhere. Tony's advertisements for the new energy era have been all over New York. This super city will become the latest pilot city for new energy. Because there is no competition from the Osborne Group, Stark Group has successfully obtained electricity orders for the whole of New York. The latest arc energy reactor block will be mass-produced, and the replacement of this new energy will reduce nearly 50% of air pollution emissions in New York City, and reduce the heat island effect caused by nearly 80% of power generation, and the damage and pollution to the urban environment. This is a great invention, but behind every invention that changes the world there are always victims. Just like when the first fully automatic textile machine appeared, more than 3 million textile workers lost their jobs in just 10 years. The income of nearly 10 million people was affected. Tony's new energy opened a prelude to a new era for mankind, but the first key of this magnificent movement was not very beautiful. Osborne Group laid off nearly 1,000 former Power Energy Department employees in the New York area. Max was one of them. He was a person who was easily overlooked and forgotten. He was just a small power grid line worker. But he had a grand wish. He wanted to design a new set of power grid pipelines to reduce the consumption in the transmission process. You should know that in the transmission of electricity around the world, 80% of the electricity is consumed in the transmission process of the circuit. In Max's design, this network can control the loss within 50%. He thought it would be a feat and he could bring a new era of power transmission. But Tony Stark's invention shattered all these dreams. The new energy module was small and light. Just put it on the home energy control device produced by Stark Collective, and it can provide a family of 5 with electricity for a year. And big companies also have better solutions. From now on, power transmission will become history, and energy will enter an unprecedented low-loss era, which can even be called a zero-loss era. All of Max's hard work has gone to waste. The network design that has not yet been submitted to the Osborne Group has been declared outdated and useless. Before he could feel more sad, even worse news came. He was laid off by the Osborne Group. He worked hard in the Osborne Group for so many years, but he was laid off just like that? The design that he was passionate about bringing a new revolution in the power grid has been declared obsolete before it came out? Max was unwilling and angry. He needed to vent. He needed revenge. Who to revenge? Of course, revenge on that boastful playboy. And the company that fired him at will. Those rich people obviously already own the whole world. Why do they want to take away their humble dreams? Now Max is here. Maybe he can't change the world, but he decided to teach the Stark Group and the Osborne Group some lessons. Let them know the consequences of ignoring themselves. Chapter 173, New York Blackout. Max was going to do something big. He had never been noticed by others in his life. Whether it was when he was studying in school or after he started working, he was always ignored. In school, he always ran errands for his classmates to buy drinks during outings, and he was ignored. In the company, he was always given the most work and was not promoted. Today he decided that he couldn't do this anymore. He wanted to do something earth-shattering, so that the whole United States would remember him, remember the great Max. Of course, before doing something big, he still made some preparations, such as buying a silver necklace that was said to be a war trophy. He believed that the heroes in the war would bring him good luck. The Osborne Group was previously responsible for 1/3 of the power supply in the greater New York area. The greater New York area includes the surrounding satellite cities radiating from New York. Max has been a worker testing pipelines, and he knows very well where the relay points of each circuit are. He also knows very well how to paralyze these lines. He wants to let those who don't value him know the importance of Max. But poor Max may have overlooked one point, that is, the more unstable the power grid lines are, the less safe they are. The faster it will promote the sales of Stark's new energy modules. After all, this kind of energy module does not need to build expensive substation hubs and ultra-high voltage lines. Maybe he knows, but it doesn't matter. He prepared a head-mounted video recorder for himself. He wants to record everything he does, then upload it to the internet so that the whole world knows what he did. It must be said that sometimes cowardly and humble people will be more powerful than those who look fierce. Luigi knows nothing about this. Who is Max? Well, maybe he has seen the amazing Spider-Man in his previous life. He probably knows that there is such a villain, but he is too weak in the movie and did not leave any impression on Luigi at all. It is not as memorable as the 2 generations of Green Goblins of Osborne and his son. And please, Luigi has not had a good rest these days. Various things happen one after another, and he has been busy. He has long forgotten the little villain who may be lurking in the Osborne Group. Well, Max, as a villain, can be forgotten. Is he actually a mutant, and his ability is to reduce his presence? Luigi was driving to Xavier's school for gifted people, while Loki walked to the shop where he saw the silver necklace with a suspected Asgardian aura last time. Sold. Loki frowned a little, although he didn't see which god the necklace belonged to. But as a person from Asgard, Loki was still ready to recycle the necklace. But it was just such a coincidence that the silver necklace was sold just 1 day apart. Can you describe the buyer's appearance? Loki asked the shop owner. I can't remember the man's appearance. Although he just came, I'm sorry, that customer seems to be easily forgotten. It seems that Max's passive skill has been triggered again. Loki was a little unhappy. The weapon he was carrying now was the Sword of Truth, which was usually stored in a magic space when not in use. Although this is a very powerful artifact, once the sword is pulled out, it is enough to make the gods below Odin avoid its edge. But this is not a convenient weapon for Loki, because his ability is magic, although he also has good melee ability. But Loki is better at mind magic and illusion. And now because of the Sword of Truth, Loki can't use his best mind magic, so he can't peek into the inner heart of the shop owner and the appearance of the customer. New York is so big that it is difficult to find this necklace. Loki sighed and was ready to give up the search. Anyway, it's not a very important thing, it doesn't matter. Li Ji's car drove for nearly an hour before arriving at the address of Xavier's school for gifted people. Hi. Jason here. Katie was waiting for Li Ji's arrival at the intersection early. I'm so glad you can come to the open day, especially after you know that this school is specially open for mutants. Katie said with some emotion. Of course we are friends, and the school's open day will invite family and friends to participate in the party. If no one comes to accompany you, I believe you will definitely feel uncomfortable and weird. Li Ji smiled and patted Katie's shoulder. Katie also had a smile on her face, but it was very bitter. Jason, in fact, most of the students can't invite their friends or even their families here. Li Ji and Katie walked side by side on the road leading to the school gate. This school is the old house of Professor X, Charles Xavier. This is a very beautiful old-fashioned manor with a strong pastoral style. As a school, the vegetation density here is very high, and it can even be regarded as a park. But Li Ji was attracted by Katie's words and didn't have much mood to appreciate the scenery here. What do you mean, Katie? You know, it's hard for us to make friends with normal people as long as we expose our abilities. Katie pointed at herself. Not everyone is willing to accept mutants like you, even the parents of mutants. Especially when some mutant children have obvious physical defects or uncontrollable destructive power. Some parents are born to discriminate against mutants. Even if it is their own child, they will find ways to get rid of it. But that's not your fault, right? I remember when you called me, you said that the school can teach you to control your power so that you won't lose control. Li Ji and Katie have already walked to the school gate. And I heard that mutants don't just appear suddenly, but are often caused by inherited X genes. The X genes in children are inherited from their parents, which means that their parents are actually mutants, but they just haven't erupted yet. As the children's parents are family members, they also have X genes in their bodies. What right do they have to discriminate against their own people? Li Ji's words were very thorough. Everyone could be a mutant. Discriminating against or closely monitoring mutants is a stupid thing to do to cut off your own way out. You said it very well. Few young people have such a thorough vision. A magnetic voice came from the side. This is an old man with neat clothes and extraordinary appearance. Even if he is sitting in a wheelchair, he still shows an extraordinary posture. This is our professor, Professor Charles. Katie introduced to Li Ji. Katie didn't need to introduce too much. Li Ji knew who this was just by looking at him. He spanned the entire mutant series of movies. Professor X, the mutant leader who established the X-Men and is committed to the peaceful coexistence of mutants and normal people. Hello, Professor. Li Ji shook hands with Charles politely. He has always admired such a person who has great power and sticks to morality. According to the professor's strength, if he wanted to, he could completely modify the ideology of the global human race, just like hypnosis, and set mutants as the mainstream values of this world. Ordinary humans are failures on the road of evolution and are destined to be eliminated. However, Professor X has never done so. Even though he has suffered a lot of setbacks and troubles, he still sticks to his bottom line and does not do evil. When Li Ji was visiting the mutant school, Loki was about to leave the store selling Lucky Charms and jewelry. Since the silver necklace was gone, he was not interested in other things in the store. Wait, if you are interested because it is a trophy, I have another thing here. The shopkeeper stopped Loki and took out a silver ring. This is also a jewelry made of silver seized from but it is more expensive than the necklace, $20. Huh? Another thing with the smell of Asgard? Could it be that the god of Asgard fell in the courtyard and his treasure was discovered? Loki picked up the ring and played with it, just as Loki and the shopkeeper were bargaining. At a substation in New York, Max secretly placed the device he had prepared on the substation. As a former power employee, he knew what kind of gadgets could cause current overload or short circuit. In the past 2 hours, he had installed these gadgets in several important substations in New York. These hubs were originally under the jurisdiction of the Osborne Group. He knew the time for the inspections here. After all, he had done this before. He had set the time for all the gadgets, and now it was time to start the show. At this moment, Max was like a superstar who was about to perform on the center stage. The spotlights were ready for him, just waiting for the moment he went on stage. It's time, Max said softly while looking at his watch. As he finished speaking, problems occurred in the substation boxes of multiple substations in New York at the same time. The instruments for detecting current intensity were all overloaded in an instant, and all protection measures were activated at the same time, cutting off all transmission lines. The huge current carried by the ultra-high voltage line had no suitable venting window in an instant, but the strong current supply was not cut off at the same time. Many expensive UHV lines were burned in an instant, and many valuable electrical equipment were punctured by the current. With New York as the center, the destruction of the entire power transmission and transformation network caused a terrible chain reaction. The entire New York City Power Bureau was almost crazy, countless red lights rang, and the entire power supply network was destroyed. The wave of power outages first started in the Brooks district, where the circuits were most severely aged, and then spread to Queens, and then Manhattan. The frenzy of the blackout spread throughout New York, and this was just the beginning. With New York as the center, the damaged lines expanded in a chain reaction. Atlantic City, New Jersey City, and Buffalo were all in power outages. The drawbacks of modern society once there is a shortage of energy were fully exposed in this blackout. Not every hospital has a UPS backup power supply. More than 300 important clinical operations are performed at the same time every day in New York. The instant power outage put the lives of many critically ill patients in danger. What's worse is the traffic. The sudden loss of traffic lights has caused a surge in traffic accidents in the greater New York area. Serial rear-end collisions have caused countless deaths. Factories near New York also had countless scrap products due to the blackout. It was unknown how many precision parts worth millions of dollars had to be processed at one time. As the world's financial center, Wall Street has always been the world's most important financial center. Any disturbance here is enough to affect the direction of the world economy. The New York Stock Exchange was also affected by the blackout. Although the UPS backup power supply started quickly and the entire blackout lasted less than 3 seconds, these 3 seconds caused hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth to evaporate in an instant. As the initiator of all this, Max was laughing crazily. Ha ha ha. Let the world witness Max's greatness. His smile was morbidly crazy. He had a morbid desire to get attention, whether this attention was good or bad. He felt happy as long as someone looked at him, and he was jealous of those guys who always attracted the attention of others. Behind his crazy laughter, he did not notice that a high-voltage wire that had burned out due to an overload of current was coming towards him. With sparks and arcs, it hit Max, who was laughing crazily. The powerful high-voltage electricity instantly turned Max into a piece of black charcoal. But his death could not make up for the loss caused by his madness. Sometimes the world is like this. An insignificant little man can always do something extraordinary. This unprecedented blackout has become a scar that New York City cannot erase. Chapter 174, Silver Necklace. The blackout in New York also affected Xavier School for the Gifted. When Lee G and Katie were visiting the school, the power outage occurred suddenly. However, this did not cause excessive concern among everyone, who just thought it was an ordinary power outage. Although New York experienced a blackout in 1972, the power grid transformation in recent years has made power outages rare. However, occasional sudden power outages in some areas still occur, which did not alert anyone. No one knew the wide range of the power outage and the great losses caused. When the school's backup power supply was turned on, Lee Chi also put the power outage behind him. This open day was indeed as Katie said, and not many other people participated. Only about 60% of the students invited their families and friends to visit the school. And apart from their parents who are also mutants, the number of normal non-mutated people is actually very small. The significance of the school open day set by Professor X is not difficult to understand. He just wants to take this opportunity to show that mutants and ordinary people can get along well. To be honest, this is a method, and it is very stable. It allows everyone to see that mutants are controllable, and the good and bad of people are not divided by whether they are mutants or not. However, the disadvantage of this method is also obvious. It is too slow to take effect. How many people can come to visit each time? 100 or 200? Lee Ji has doubts about this efficiency, but the mutant problem is a landmine in society. Whoever touches it will die. Lee Ji is not going to touch this landmine, at least not for the time being, so as not to fail to help the mutants and instead get himself involved. Professor, do you think your method is very helpful in improving the relationship between mutants and humans? This is a dinner held by the school, and Professor X personally pays for it. It is used to entertain family and friends who come to visit the school. The dinner is in the form of a buffet. The dishes are not expensive, but it is obvious that they are made with care. Lee Ji ran into Professor X again when he was picking up the dishes, So he asked this question. What do you think? Professor X did not answer Li Ji's question directly, but threw the question back to Li Ji. Maybe it's a little bit useful, but it's not easy to integrate mutants into the lives of ordinary people just like this. Not every ordinary person will come to visit the school and learn about your approach. Li Ji expressed his thoughts. Maybe you should be more proactive. I know that many mutants have special abilities. Why not use their abilities to help others? The recent smooth sailing made Li Ji a little arrogant and inflated. He forgot that the old man in front of him was also a wise man. And to be frank, Professor X is much smarter than Li Ji. If he didn't do this, he must have his reasons. Your idea is good. Professor X did not directly refute Li Ji's point of view, but affirmed Li Ji's idea first, because Charles Xavier could really see that Li Ji was talking to him sincerely for the integration of mutants into society. There are not many such people now. But how do mutants help others? Like those street heroes in New York recently, they help others, and then I can tell you that I publish their comics. Their actions will be recognized by others. Under the subtle influence of comics or movies or even more entertainment carriers, it is not impossible for mutants to be accepted by others, right? Li Ji has been wondering. He has been in this world for so long and has never heard of the X-Men. Either the X-Men are too hidden and ordinary people have no way of knowing, or the X-Men have never existed. This question has always been in his mind. Mutants are different from those street heroes. Professor X still talked to Li Ji patiently. Street heroes may have gained power for various reasons, whether it is persistent training, or using a smart brain to develop a set of armor. Even mutations caused by some special reasons. But they all have one characteristic: their experiences are mostly unrepeatable. They are all independent individuals. What they do only represents themselves, or a small group. People are more likely to accept them. But mutants are different. They are a large and complex group of people. Professor X's long conversation with Li Ji attracted the attention of several of his students, including Cyclops Scott, as well as Jean Grey and Storm. They all cast their eyes over here. Cyclops was a little curious and wanted to know what the two were talking about, but he was stopped by Jean Grey before he approached. Jean signaled the professor to talk quietly first. There are actually a lot of mutants in this society. The government is not unaware of this. Professor X looked around the hall where the banquet was being held. In fact, there are very few mutants in my school. There are even more mutants who don't want to enter this school. They are self-rejecting. If, as you said, mutants gather together as a force and use their power to do good things, some people may be happy, but some people will be unhappy because this power is not on their hands. Charles' words were very obscure, but Li Ji knew what he was referring to, which made his previous thoughts a little wishful thinking. Mutants are a force. He knows that Professor X also knows it. Don't those ambitious people know it? Don't underestimate the smart people in this world. There are always more intelligent people in this world than you think. What if the power of mutants is completely used by the government? Or what if it is used by some unspeakable secret figures and ambitious people in the government? Can Charles really form the X-Men to avoid the entanglement of the government? As mentioned before, mutants are not street heroes. They are not a single individual, but a complete group. Although I don't want to say it, some people have artificially divided mutants and normal people into two different groups, and even caused ideological confrontation because of this division. Or in the eyes of a group of people in the government department, the current state of mutants is the best. If there is really someone who has gained great prestige in both mutant and normal groups, then will the power in the hands of some people be divided? Or even lose the hotbed of rights on which they depend for survival? Li Ji shook his head. There are always people who are constantly on the road of death, creating new heights. His tone was somewhat clear and somewhat helpless. Professor X's words finally made him understand the trouble of this matter, and I am afraid that there are more than one crux. Charles smiled at Li Ji, and he was very happy that Li Ji could understand his words. But he was also helpless. Unless he really decided to carry out violent political change like his old friend, otherwise he would have to use this time-consuming and laborious way to change the living environment of mutants. Near Flushing, Queens, the villa of Marvel Company. Thor was cleaning the toilet in the women's restroom powerlessly. He declared in the name of Odin that this was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. No one had ever dared to let the god of thunder do such a thing, cleaning the toilet for a woman. If this matter spread to Asgard, then Thor's reputation would be infamous. He would be the object of everyone's ridicule. Thor was furious at the thought of this, but he could not resist now, as he was just a mortal. Moreover, the magic power that Odin had bestowed on him made it impossible for him to refuse Loki's order. Well, when he thought of Loki, this hateful brother appeared in front of him. Loki's power was not sealed by Odin. Although some of his mental magic could not be used, it did not affect his use of other spells. He flashed in front of Thor and watched Thor cleaning the toilet with great effort, using detergent to brush the toilet to create a lot of foam. Loki leaned against the wall leisurely, whistling a song from Asgard, which was composed by the elves to praise Thor after Thor defeated the god of plague on a certain planet and saved the people of the entire planet from the plague. Well, Loki was just adding fuel to the fire. Thor clenched his fists tightly. "Can you shut up, Loki? My dear brother, this is your hymn," Loki said with an innocent expression. "I remember you liked it when you were in Asgard." "Yes, but not when you were cleaning the damn toilet." Thor was a little angry. "You actually helped a mortal to tease me. Just wait, Loki, I will find a chance to teach you a lesson." "Well, I actually came to see if the great Thor was interested in temporarily stopping his work and going on a short adventure with me in the courtyard." Loki spread his hands, revealing a ring in his palms. This is a ring with the aura of the god of Asgard. Although it is very faint, it looks like it has been there for thousands of years. The thing in Loki's hand caught Thor's attention, but he still said with some disdain, "It's just an ordinary silver ring. Maybe a god forgot to take it away when he came. Maybe this god was a little careless. He left too many things behind." Loki also had a small piece of silver in his hand, which looked like a piece of jewelry. "The last god from Asgard who came to Midgard besides us was nearly 1,000 years ago. There are only two reasons why the aura of this god has not dissipated in 1,000 years. Loki stretched out two fingers. "Either he is incredibly powerful, like Odin, the father of heaven, or he has been stranded in Midgard and never returned to Asgard. Maybe he is a fugitive from Asgard." Thor said these two reasons on behalf of Loki. Although Thor is impulsive and uses violence to solve problems more than using his brain, it does not mean that Thor's IQ must be negative. "So what do you want to do, Loki?" Thor dropped the toilet cleaning tools in his hand. "Of course, we need to find this god. If he has left, then maybe there's his treasure in Midgard. If he is still here, we should find out who he is. Maybe telling Odin this information can save you from mortal labor and return to Asgard as soon as possible." Loki knew Thor too well. If he wanted to persuade Thor to do something with him, he had to let Thor know what it was first. Especially if this thing was good for Thor, whether it was to gain fame, find treasure or return to Asgard. Loki didn't care about Thor's re-education plan. What did it matter to him whether Thor learned to be humble or not? He volunteered to come down to Earth to become Thor's guardian and accompany him to do hard labor here. Although humiliating Thor felt refreshing, Loki came down to Earth to have fun. He was away from the father and mother of Asgard to give himself a break and a holiday, and to play freely in Midgard. For example, looking for a lost god was a very interesting thing. As for whether this would anger Odin? Please, isn't there still Thor here? The god of thunder couldn't withstand the wrath of Odin's thunderbolt. In the morgue of a hospital in New York, Max's body, which had been electrocuted into charcoal, was lying on the morgue. Although the cause of death was clear, the procedure still had to be followed. The blackout he caused the greater New York area to be without power for 3 hours. Fortunately, the Stark Group and the Osborne Group responded quickly and first restored the power supply of important public departments, so that the chaos in New York did not continue. "This guy looks really unlucky," the police coroner said to his assistant, because Max had been electrocuted to the point of being unrecognizable, and had completely become a pile of human-shaped charcoal. Yes, even all the clothes were burned. But what was flashing on his neck? The assistant carefully discovered that there was still light on Max's body. He carefully moved the object covered by the charred stains, which looked like a silver necklace. This was too strange. In theory, the melting point of silver is not very high. It should have been fused long ago under the strong current, but this necklace still maintained its intact shape. The assistant wanted to take the necklace off, and when the necklace was just taken off Max's neck, a dark arm grabbed the assistant's arm, and Max, who should have been dead, actually sat up. "This is my necklace, you want to take it away too." Chapter 175, Not a Good Person. "Where are you going to take me, Loki? And how are you going to get there?" Thor dropped the work he was supposed to do, because Loki helped him unlock the magic. I used magic to lock the aura on this ring, so I can locate another object with the aura of a god very close to here. Let's go there first and see if there are any clues. But considering that you are immortal now, I'm afraid I can't take you through using magic, otherwise your body will be torn apart. Loki looked at Thor and shook his head. And this is not Asgard and there are no flying goats for you to ride, but I have prepared transportation. Loki took out a bunch of car keys from his pocket. What is this? Thor didn't quite understand mortal things and didn't understand what a bunch of keys could do. These are the keys to Jason's cool car parked in the backyard of the villa. Loki said with a little pride. I thought God had made it impossible for you to lie anymore. Thor said with a frown. But it didn't stop me from borrowing other people's things. Loki smiled nonchalantly. Have you greeted him? It's the same if you wait until he comes back to greet him. Anyway, I left a note when I took the key from his office. Loki took Thor to the parking garage in the backyard. There was a very cool sports car here. It was the magnetic suspension sports car that Tony showed at the venue that day. This car has not yet started mass production. Mass production will not start until May, and the first batch of shipments will not be delivered to customers who have already placed orders until September this year. This car was a gift from Pepper as a successful matchmaking between the two groups. In essence, this is a win-win situation. So giving an expensive sports car as a gift is nothing, because the far-reaching benefits of this matter to the two groups are far beyond the reach of a sports car. However, this car is too ostentatious. Driving it on the road may attract onlookers, which is not Lee Ji's character. So although he accepted the gift, Lee Ji has been parking the car in the parking garage of the company villa. Because there is no space in the garage at home to park this car. Can you drive this kind of mortal vehicle? Thor saw Loki open the door and get into the driver's seat, and then he got into the passenger seat. I think I should be able to. Loki's words gave Thor a bad feeling. What does it mean to be able to? I asked about how to drive on the website of Fisabubu, and about 300 people answered for me. Loki inserted the car key into the keyhole of the starter according to others' instructions. I think I should have learned it. Do you think? Yes, do you think I have biceps in my brain like you? Thor suddenly felt that it was a big mistake to get into this car. In a morgue in New York, Max, who should have been dead, had turned over and walked down the morgue, and sparks kept coming out of his body. Blue and white arcs kept coming out of his body, and the crackling sound was the noise caused by the arcs breaking through the air. When Max's hand was just held, the coroner's assistant was already pierced by the strong current, and his heart suddenly stopped beating. The coroner left this dangerous place immediately when he found that Max was not right. This is the hospital designated by the police. Whether it is an injured suspect or a suspicious body, it will be sent to this hospital. So there are many police officers on duty in this hospital. The coroner ran out of the morgue and came to the duty station of the hospital police, saying out of breath, "Morgue, there is a situation in the morgue, bring weapons, my assistant may be dead." Max did not want to kill the coroner's assistant, he just wanted to get his necklace back. But obviously, he didn't understand what he had just done, or what changes had occurred in his body. No, I didn't want to kill anyone. Max said in disbelief, but he didn't know how many people were killed because of the blackout in New York caused by him. And now Max's surprise has just begun. Max looked at his hands in disbelief. Now his charred skin began to peel off, revealing the skin inside that had begun to mutate. Max now doesn't look like a normal human being. His skin is a strange blue color and looks transparent. It seems that you can see the blood vessels flowing in his body, if they can be called blood vessels. A more accurate description should be the current flowing in his body, as if the current has become an indispensable part of his life, even replacing his blood. Max is looking at his new body, and now the whole world has changed in his eyes. He can see the current pipelines flowing in the wall, and where the current comes from the life place is clear in his eyes. Max has an inexplicable desire, just like a hungry person seeing food, the current is his food. He is hungry and needs to eat. But just as he was about to absorb the electricity, the police called by the coroner appeared in the morgue. "Stop what you are doing, lie down." Two policemen pointed their pistols at Max. Now anyone with a normal mind can see that Max must have a problem. Now he doesn't look like a normal person at all. "I didn't hurt him, he was robbing my necklace." Max didn't lie down as the police said, but argued instead. Max didn't think he had done anything wrong. It was the man who robbed his necklace that caused his death. It was not his fault. "I said get down." The two police officers had already opened their safety and had manually adjusted the firing pin to the firing state. "It's none of my business. I didn't kill him." Max was still arguing, and he seemed to be on the verge of losing control. He didn't think he had done anything wrong at all. It was all because of that guy who wanted to rob his necklace. When the atmosphere was extremely tense, gunshots rang out. American police have the right to shoot and kill annoying people. Now this guy looks very dangerous, and the two police officers immediately chose to shoot and kill him. Max wanted to dodge, but he almost subconsciously sent out a strong current out of his mentality to protect himself. The huge current magnetic field caused the bullet that was originally moving rapidly to be constantly electrocuted in the magnetic field. Countless high-temperature electric charges continuously impacted the two brass bullets that chose to fly. The brass bullets, which originally had a low melting point, began to melt under the scorching high temperature. Like ice cream melting under the scorching sun, the copper liquid kept falling to the ground. When the bullet had not yet approached Max, it had completely melted into a pile of copper liquid and dripped onto the ground. Max did not feel the pain of being hit by the bullet as expected. Of course, when he took off his hand that was covering his eyes, he found that the two police officers who had originally entered the room had also died in front of him. The cause of death was the same as the previous assistant, who was pierced by a strong electric current, causing the heart and internal organs to stop working and die suddenly. Max knew that he had killed someone again, but this was not the person he wanted to kill, right? It was because those people wanted to kill him that he fought back. So these people deserve to die. "I am innocent. I did not want to kill anyone. I was just defending myself." Max defended himself in his heart. But he knew that he should run away, otherwise he would definitely be caught by the police. Li Ji's visit to the mutant school was over, and he talked a lot with Professor X. But Li Ji really didn't know how to solve the problem of mutants, or he didn't have enough power to solve it. Just like he had just helped the mutants to survive a crisis during Christmas, he could only use indirect means to barely maintain the balance of this social contradiction. After the visit, Li Ji was ready to drive back to New York. "Jason, did you finally drive the sports car that Tony gave you tonight? You didn't even take me for a ride. Are you on a date?" Li Ji was driving his second-hand Ford sedan to New York City, and he was now wearing a Bluetooth headset to receive a call from Peter. "No, not really. I went to visit the mutant school today, did you forget?" Li Ji answered while driving. "Oh, I'm not wrong, it's the one Tony gave you. Isn't it you who drove it? Didn't you park it at the company's villa? Do you want me to help you catch the car thief?" Spider-Man Peter Parker was swinging between the buildings and happened to find Li Ji's cool sports car, so he called Li Ji through the headset he was wearing. "Well, no need, but can you help me follow the car first? I roughly know who drove it away." Li Ji thought for a moment and knew who had moved his car. Obviously, the car is currently parked in the company's garage, and other employees live in the company's villa. The villa has a good access control system, and there are 2 free security guards now. Ordinary thieves can't steal things in it. The only possibility is that the thief is stealing from the company. It seems that even if Loki can't lie, he is still a troublemaker. Li Ji sighed and could only turn his car around and drive in the direction indicated by Peter. Max fled from the medical waste channel of the hospital in a panic. He didn't know if what he did was discovered by other police officers. He just wanted to leave here as soon as possible, and he was still holding the necklace that represented luck tightly in his hand. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.